Hello, welcome to the Adventure Corner. I'm your host, Robot Spacer, and I just pushed the wrong button, and I was very confused for a minute.
I wonder if that's
That's how
what's
things are
happening.
starting off today.
Great energy in the
Hello,
game.
Val. It's great to see you. Also, hello to Celtic Delta. Mo- Mourn for mourn for evening to you as well. 6-7. Great to see you, Malsimus. Welcome, and Culinary Disaster. Also, Culinary. Thank you for the water bird. Hope everybody's doing well. Uh, I feel like I started off the intro weird. I'm Robot Spacer.
I'm
Unsecret Crush
also
is
here.
also here. And we're going to continue our world builder game today. It's got a cat now, which is great. The cat's name is Brisket, which is also great. I tried to write some dialogue for Brisket, and it was difficult. It started off well, and then I got to a point where I had to come up with witty responses, and it's hard to just make up a witty response out of nowhere, at least for me. And also, I began to grow concerned that my idea for the rapier sharp wit puzzle is not really going to work out, but I'm going to continue to think about it some more. I think what we'll start off with today is we're going to need a dark version of this room after you take the light bulb out of the lamp. So we'll maybe do a version of the lamp with the lampshade removed, and then we'll do a dark version of the room. That seems like a good, easy-ish place to start out, and then we got a bunch of other things to choose from that we can do next. Xenolon, great to see you. It's going pretty good. Catching up on chat here. It's Zelda Day, which means I need to redo all my Switch stuff after like 2 years. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Honestly, I'm surprised anyone is here.
Redo?
Surprised y'all aren't just off playing Zelda.
Well, I don't know what it means to redo Switch stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what that means either, but I assume it's been a couple years since you used your Switch, and I don't know. What's Zelda? It's a video game some people like, I guess. I think a new one came out today. I may or may not have a copy in the living room that I have not opened yet. I
I was gonna say, did you open that package? What
No.
if they sent you the wrong game?
Ooh, an upsetting thought. Hello, Mirder Idim. Apologies if I pronounced that incorrectly. Hello from Munich. If you cannot spell my name, it is Sea of Ideas in English. Nice.
Neat.
Welcome. Great to have you here. Celtic Delta says, never really played Zelda. Our house had Amigas, not consoles. Ooh. I have some fond memories of playing a lot of original Nintendo games with my brother. We played Zelda quite a bit. Also played Metroid and, of course, Super Mario Brothers. Also some like other games like, Duck Hunt and stuff like that. 6-7 explains charging firmware updates and patches mostly.
Ah,
That makes sense.
yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure ours needs a firmware update or something. It's been a while since anybody used it.
But I was going to say, I'm not in a huge rush to play the new Zelda myself, but people love to talk about the new Zelda. And, like, I follow a lot of people on Mastodon and Twitter, and I always I don't follow people that like will post blatant spoilers without any sort of warning, because I'm very sensitive to spoilers. My problem with spoilers is if I learn a spoiler, I can't stop thinking about it, like waiting to get to that moment in the game or movie or whatever, and just like that those intrusive thoughts in my brain make it hard to enjoy the story up until that point, which is frustrating. But so I don't follow anyone that would post blatant spoilers, but like a lot of people are just posting, here's a funny little thing I came across, or whatever. And to me, like with Breath of the Wild, at least, the exploration was like 95% of what was great about that. So I don't want to know about the fun little things people found. So it's tricky. I've been doing my best to just like, mute Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, etc. Anything. I don't think I've muted the word Link yet, but I might. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'll actually start playing that this weekend or what. I have still kind of been into Resident Evil 4 remake, but it's possible I've hit a point where I'm done with that now. 6-7 says you'll be surprised by the Kathy Rain cameo then. That would certainly be surprising. Culinary says over half my follow list is playing it, so I'm limited to who I can watch for the next month or so. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, lots of people are playing it on Twitch. Hopefully I won't, be scrolling through the Twitch following list and see some like thumbnail of a spoiler or something like that. It's dangerous out there. Well, I mind that good stories can survive spoilers, but I also love puzzles, so I want to figure out the spoilers on my own. Yeah. Like, I get that idea that a spoiler shouldn't ruin a good story, and I 100% agree. Sometimes it's better if I like am fully spoiled on something than just a little bit spoiled. If I know exactly, something major that's going to happen and like when, it's easier for me to like not think about it and just, focus on the story or whatever. But if like I know some little detail, I keep wondering about it constantly, and it's hard to like immerse myself in the story. Celtic Delta says, if you still follow me on Mastodon, I do. I do apologize for my recent rants about the end of democracy in the UK. I'm trying to stop now. That's quite okay. Certainly no complaints from me. Culinary says, so much of the fun of these games is finding weird things and wondering what the hell they are for. Yeah, 100%. All right. Had a couple things. I was about to hit my button to get into things here, but I did want to mention a couple things. First, I did some minor work off stream, not very much. I did last week. I think I mentioned this, or maybe I just mentioned it on Secret Crush off stream. I can't remember, but at one point I realized watching back an earlier stream that I had stretched out part of the Lil Sweetie logo because if you hold Command and drag in Mac Paint, it stretches the selection. And I didn't notice that. At one point I noticed that I screwed up the heart a little bit, and I fixed that. But also the letters were just a tiny bit messed up, and it was not really obvious, but I did go back and fix it because it did bother me. So the Lil Sweetie logo is correct now. Also, I started adding a help screen, which I think will be a good idea, just to kind of, give some general suggestions, especially for people who aren't familiar with World Builder games. And I'm sure even some people that are familiar with it kind of, gives some pointers like, don't use the, and suggestions for like, I started figuring out how I want the conversation with the cat to work. And I kind of wrote down some suggestions about, how you should approach that, because that's a little bit of an unusual thing that may not be obvious. But yeah, that's pretty much all I did off stream. The other thing I wanted to mention is that I have added a new reward redemption. If you got some coins to spare, we have a new reward called Things I Found in the Basement. And for today only, I have allowed 2 redemptions at a reduced price, just because I thought that'd be a fun way to start it out. But it is limited to 1 redemption per person per stream. But I think it'll be fun. So if that sounds interesting, you should check it out. Maybe even if it doesn't sound interesting, I think it'll be fun regardless.
Pretty special. Low price. Today only.
Okay. So, we got this cat, and... Oh! 1 minute, please. Hello! Welcome to Things I Found in the Basement. This is the show where I share a thing I found in the basement when I was looking for something else. I think we're going to start off with this little guy. It looks like just a little plastic M, but it also transforms into a robot. I wish I could remember exactly where this came from. All I can tell you is that I greatly associate it with a job I had in 2001. Huh. It's possible my boss gave it to me. She was a very cool boss who might have given me something like this. But it's also possible I got it from somewhere else and just kind of associate it with that job because I kept it on my desk.
For some reason, the coloring of it made me assume that this was something you had since you were a very small child.
Oh, no, definitely not. But M is my initial of my first name, my human name, which is Mike or Michael. And this is a neat little toy. I was hoping to find some markings on it that would indicate, who made it or whatever, but I couldn't find anything. Like, a Transformer, I'm pretty sure always has like a little, tiny embossed Hasbro on it somewhere. But this doesn't seem to have anything. I did look online. Transforming letter robot, something like that, and found a bunch of listings on Amazon. And you can get like the whole alphabet. It was kind of interesting because there's like a couple different, brands you've never heard of selling these same toys. And like each one had like completely different colors. And none of them matched this. But they were definitely like the same parts and everything. And the coolest thing about the whole set is you can actually combine them to make like a big robot that's made of a bunch of little robots. And now I'm kind of sad that I only have one. But that's a thing I found in the basement. Thank you, Culinary Disaster, for sponsoring this episode of Things I Found in the Basement. Have a great day. Welcome back. Okay, let's get started on this scene. I got so many dumb little things in the basement. Oops, I missed. Okay, steady. So, let me think here. So this is a separate piece, which is good. But, maybe we should make this 3 pieces, actually. If I take the rod and make a graphic that's just like the part, like little metal structure that holds the light bulb and then the light bulb itself. And then the lamp shade can be a single piece. Then we can have it so when you click on it initially, you just kind of set the lampshade on the floor and then that whole piece moves aside. And then the rod with the rest of it will be there, and then you'll be able to click on the light bulb to take it. So let's start with that. That's all in Mac Paint. No, we don't want to save that because I just goofed it up. I like that your gold is done in the bit. Maybe use the wrong terms here. Brain issues form. I'll steal that if I ever get such powers on Twitch.
I think they're talking about your channel points
Ah,
being gold coins.
yes. Thank you. Artwork. Lamp. Okay, so we're going to start by separating this. And then this we can make its own object that we can easily move around. And then we'll just draw the rest of what would be underneath the lampshade onto this. I'm just lining up here so I know roughly how tall things should be. Ah, the 1, 2, 4, 8, etc. Yes, I changed that up fairly recently. It just seemed like a fun way to do it. Okay, I'm going to need a reference for what this looks like because lamp without lampshade? I mean, I can kind of picture how this typically looks under there, but okay. Yeah, I definitely would have got that a little bit wrong. Powers of 2, yes. Okay, so, well, we should extend this up a little bit more. Oh, also, y'all should go follow Culinary Disaster, who I believe is going to start streaming again soon, it sounds like. Hello, welcome. Great to have you here. So basically we got like some things that come off the side and just kind of turn into wires that go around and meet back up above the light bulb. And then that has a little thing where you would, put the lampshade on. And then the light bulb will be in the middle of the wire structure. Hopefully I can figure out a way to draw this in a small number of pixels that doesn't look weird. It'll probably look a little weird. Should be back next weekend. Nice. Looking forward to it. And I'm glad you've been feeling better. And then we've also got a little switch here. I guess we don't necessarily have to have a switch. I'm thinking about this because that could kind of affect gameplay a little bit, I guess. I don't think I'm going to go so far as to make the player, turn off the light and let it cool down before they take the bulb. But it does make sense to make them turn off the light first, because it would be pretty hot otherwise. We don't necessarily have to have the switch right on the thing here, but maybe that makes sense. Am I making this too narrow? Maybe. I think this is definitely something we'll also allow a text command for, just turn off light. No reason to make it complicated and force you to figure out where the tiny switch is. But we might as well have it visible. Now I'm wondering if the shape of this wireframe I'm looking at is like, do all lamps look like this? Are some a little different?
No, there are different ways of lamp. Like sometimes like a little table lamp might have, instead of a structure that is attached to the base like that, they have like a clamp that you basically clip onto the top of the light bulb.
Oh, right. Yeah. I think I like this
Yeah.
style better than that. I'll continue with this. Like there's nothing wrong with it. It's just I feel like it'll look slightly weird. I don't know. Maybe I can figure out a way to simplify it more. Now I'm worried it's starting to get too big because we do still have to add a light bulb in here. Let's shave off a couple pixels here. Wait, I screwed that up. That doesn't line up at all. Almost. Okay. That's actually a decent light bulb shape. Okay. I'm still concerned I'm going to run out of room here. Now it's Tom Servo for Mystery Science Theater 3000. Let's see. It's the easiest way to make sure things line up. Okay, I think we'll be all right here. So yeah, that's about right. And we can show a little bit of the I can't think of what to call the part of the top where it connects, the little screw thing. Okay, so something like that. I feel like I want this wire bit to have a little bit of thickness to it. I just thought of a minor complication. Yeah, okay, I can work around that. When I bring this into World Builder, this area in here between the light bulb and the wire frame is going to be opaque, since it's an enclosed shape. But I think we can just, draw the background, whatever is behind it, into the image here. The other option we have is if I, make a little gap somewhere that's not too obvious, we can kind of make it a non-enclosed shape that way. sure if adding this thickness is actually going to look good, but we'll try it and find out. I can't decide. I don't think I like it, but I'm going to finish it. Yeah, I do like it. We'll keep it for now. Trying to decide if I should like draw a little filament in the light bulb. These bulbs that came up in my quick search have some weird filaments in them. Like, they all look much more complicated than the super basic style I'm familiar with. Yeah, there's a normal light bulb. Yeah, maybe that's too much. Okay, let's see how that looks. I already copied the lampshade. So eventually we'll need to make these separate objects. But for now, I'm not going to worry about that, I guess. Huh? Oh, no. This again? What happened there is it pasted way like on the bottom right of the window in a place where you can't really see it. And if I change the shape of the scene window, it will actually remember that. So I'd rather not do that. So I think this will work. There we go. Okay, so yeah, like I was saying, now we have like this around the light bulb should not be opaque, but I think we can just kind of manually fill in the pattern. Okay, so the size of that is like perfect. Let's go ahead and get that pattern in there now. Just trying to think of how to do that in the easiest way possible. It's actually, the gap I made doesn't even look visible, which is interesting. Should I just leave that? surprised how non-obvious it is. It seems like that should be more obvious. All right. I guess we'll do that. Hey, that actually went in a spot where I could get it. Is that? I'm trying to tell if this is centered. Okay, yeah, it was better before. I made it worse. I think that's about right. Okay, let's go ahead and save that. Looks a bit like a chef with long arms celebrating that he has found an amazing egg in his supply. That's great. I love it. Okay, so now we can have an interaction where you remove the lampshade and it'll, just move to the ground there. And then you'll be able to get at the light bulb to take the light bulb. And then at that point, or I guess when you turn the light off, which will happen before you take the light bulb, the room will become dark. So we need a version of this room that is... we don't want it to be completely dark, because you need to be able to see to take the light bulb. But it should be very dimly lit. Like we'll just have a little bit of light. I'm trying to decide how much I want to worry about the lighting exactly. But, there'll be light coming in from the hallway. So we'll try to kind of suggest that. Like maybe we'll have a section on the ground where you can, see the outline of the light through the passageway. Good night, Celtic Delta. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hope you sleep well. Okay, so now I need to figure out how to do that. There's two things to think about here. The first is like, how do I just like make that art? And then the second is like, how do I set it up in terms of programming it? I know from looking at Ray Dunnican's info about that came with the... thank you so much for the bits, Celtic Delta. The help files that Ray Dunnican put together in the little demo suggests using like an object that just gets put into the scene to make it dark. I think that's probably the approach I will go with. And that also makes it relatively easy to set things up here. So I think what I'll do, close this, because we want our lampshade in the correct spot here. And then, I'm trying to figure out how to select everything so I can copy it to an object. I think what I want to do is, if I go in Align Window, 328, 332. I need to remember those coordinates. 328, 332. I got it. Oh. Actually, I can just close this without saving. So I can goof up this window as much as I need to and not worry about it. Oh, is that as wide as it can go? Huh. What? I swear I've seen... I swear I played games where the window goes all the way across. Like, this doesn't matter. I'm just puzzled by it. If I do it this way, can I make it wider? Huh. Fascinating. Okay. I might have to do this in parts because I don't think I can get this bottom floor shape along with the rest of it. But I think that's everything else. And we'll just say no, because we don't want to save our goofed up window. Okay. So we'll name this Study Dark. And there's all that. And this is still all correct. And there's our floor. You can send it back. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do here, well, before I do anything, let's save this. And then I can kind of experiment a little without, like, if it turns out what I'm trying is not looking great, I can just close the window and not save and get it back to the same starting point. So obviously we don't want those shadows because the lamp isn't going to be casting light anymore. But I think what I'm going to try for the rest of this is like making everything a really dark color and then changing the lines to be white. I don't know if that'll actually look good, but I want to try it. And then the other option is just we make everything really dark, but some things will have like a little bit of light shining on them, like assuming the light is coming kind of from behind us, like we'd have a little bit a lighter pattern on the fronts of things. But let's try the light outlines first. Ooh. Be easier if I just select everything. And then we can do white pen. Obviously the lamp we'll have to do, because that was bitmap, we'll have to do that separately. I guess to start with, let's just make everything fully black. Let's try. Oh. Interesting. I guess this here is part of this shape. I mean, I guess that's fine. It's just not what I was expecting to happen. This is so hard. Just a couple of shades of gray would make this so much easier. Oops. Ugh. All right. The gray outlines are definitely not working great. Let's try white again. It's not terrible, but I don't love it. This almost looks good, but I don't know how to fix it. Yeah, it's definitely it looks spookier, and it's a more realistic lighting approach, but I feel like we're losing a little bit too much detail, and I'm not sure what to do about that. Slightly lighter dithering on the seat cushion, like this. Yeah, I mean that's that's all we got. The other option is I make other things lighter. Yeah. Oh, shoot. Only one undo. I feel like we need some outlines to be visible. Maybe not all of them like I was doing initially, but like some kind of outline on the chair I feel like is going to help. That's not bad. I feel like we're kind of getting there. Oops. I meant to change the outline, not the fill. It's also a little bit hard to, like, the lamp is very distracting. Let's just delete it for a sec. I guess I can always paste those back in, so we'll just leave them deleted for now. This is not bad. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I could change to improve it a bit more. Is that better or worse? I wish the pattern on this line on top would be a little more consistent. Like it just kind of looks sloppy, I guess. I mean, it's sloppy because the line is sloppy, but it's so hard to fix that curve. It's not
Right.
it's not worth fussing with further, I don't think. All right, let's try that. I would like a little more of a line here, but I don't know. Yeah. I guess I could try, now that I know how to just draw a line. That's pretty good. That helps. This really makes me think I'll be eaten by a grue. So far, we don't have any grues in our game. I feel like probably not. Now I think I want to kind of try this out. Like I want to see the transition. So let's just really quick put in some code to. We don't have any code in here yet. Oh, that reminds me. A very important thing. So we have a bunch of things where we rely on the game keeping track of what room you're in. And we didn't do that with the study yet. So the study is room number 10. And I'm going to do this all right now because I don't want to forget about it. It's been a while since we actually added a room. So we have code in the credits, for example, that moves you back to wherever you were previously. So we have to add if L1 equals 10, move player to the study. And we have that in the help now. I should actually keep a list of what screens have this code, because we basically have to copy and paste this same big block of code between all the rooms that are like these kind of temporary locations that you can go back from. I'm just going to do in the corner here, we have credits. Help. Sorry, this is rattling and I need to... Oh, it's actually... It's my things I found in the basement that are rattling. Sometimes if the monitor's in just the wrong place, it rattles a little bit, so I assumed that was it. Okay. Credits, help, and then our little sweetie screens. Locked. Little sweetie. And unlocked. Little sweetie. Oh, I also, speaking of the little sweetie, I had a good idea, which was that when it runs out of battery, we can actually make the dead battery little sweetie a separate room as well, which will isolate all the code related to changing the battery. So we have a little panel that you'll need to open, and like we can put that all in that room. And then, you know, when the battery dies, you go to that room where you have those interactions, and when you put the battery back in, it'll take you to the back to the unlocked state. So, you know, it just helps simplify a little, so we don't have to mix all that code together. Okay, so those are our 4. I think that's all so far. It also helps that they're kept together here. Oh, right. This is the one that has just so much code. At one point, I realized that if I crank up the speed, there's an all-out speed setting in Mini VMAC, and if I turn that on before opening this window, it's like instant. But if I change it in the middle, it like barely makes any difference. But that requires me to remember how slowly this loads before that. So, okay, here we go. I just remembered how we're also going to have it so if you try to mess with the cat's tail, you will get murdered. Maybe we should do that interaction today. I was just thinking about Grooves, and I realized that I kind of picture a Grue looking maybe even identical to a Rancor.
Interesting.
If not identical, then very similar. Which I'm sure has a lot to do with my the point in time in which I was made aware of these two things was probably pretty close together. It's interesting. Like I've never really thought that. I've never really made that connection, but I feel like if I try to picture a Grue, it's kind of like that, except like more vague. But now that I've made the connection, it's a lot less vague. Anyways, I was just wondering if they've ever. I guess you only encounter a Grue when it's pitch black, right? So they've never depicted a Grue, I don't think, in any of the visual Zork games. Six Seven says, "You know what they call a Grue from the polar regions?" No, I don't. I can't wait to find out. An Igloo. That's pretty bad. Okay. Unlocked, little sweetie? I don't think we did that one yet. Thank you for the grunting, Culinary. Okay. Is there a reward to time someone out? No, there is not. I'm starting to consider it, though. Scene code study. This has stayed open this whole time. I didn't even realize that. I guess you can have multiple code windows at a time. I've generally closed them. Probably realizing this sooner might have saved me some hassle, but let's see. So we want going a little too fast here. So, okay. I just want to make sure I was doing this code correctly. So when they come into the study, we want to set L1 to 10, which is the number for the study. So now that should all work correctly. Previously, if you had tried to go to the credits or open the little sweetie in the study, you would have gone there, but then you wouldn't have been able to get back because the game just would not know where you had been, and there would be no code to handle that. Okay, but that should all be good now, and I really should have made a note about what I was about to do. All right, I was going to add code to the study so we can turn off the lights. So if text $ equals light. I'm just trying to think of, like, we want to allow things like turn off light, turn on light. I guess for now, I'll just, anything with the word light in it is going to turn off the lights, and we'll worry about making this more specific later. So we're going to move the study dark object to the scene. Hello, Silver. Good to see you. Have emerged from a TOTK-sized hole in my day. How is the dev going? It's going pretty good. Oh, interesting. I hope you are enjoying Tears of the Kingdom. We are currently working on creating a dark version of the study for when you turn off the light after you, well, before you take the light bulb. It's been good so far. Great. Okay, I'm just trying to, I think that should work. If y'all aren't following Silverstreak, I recommend it. So now we can cheat house. I think that's, yeah. I keep meaning to make a cheat to get us directly into the study or something, so I don't have to open this every time, but I haven't gotten around to that yet. Okay, so we haven't added any other interaction in here yet, but we can just type light, and the lights are off. That's not bad. I should have made an option to go back and forth. Oh. I forgot to make the study dark object an immobile object. So I can just pick it up and now it's light again. And then I can do that again. That's great. It all worked out. I feel like that's pretty good. I maybe want to change the pattern on the table. I feel like it's a little too light in the dark version. This gray here. I think the same values as the chair would be better, because it's the same here. But then the top, well, I guess the top is a lighter color because it's being lit by the lamp. So when it's dark, it shouldn't be. Yeah, I think matching the chair in the dark state is best. I think maybe we should also add. We should add something to differentiate the two walls, I think. Even if it's just like a subtle line here. I don't think it's important, but I think it would look a little better maybe. And then like I was saying, I want to add like kind of, you know, the light shining in from the hallway here. So let's, before I forget about making this immobile, let's fix that, and then we'll add code to turn lights on and off. So this is immobile. Oh, we also, it was starting out in a random room, so that could have appeared anywhere at random, which would have been hilarious. The dark room has no value. So text contains light on, then we'll move that in. If it contains light off, then we'll move it to storage. We'll need to improve that code at some point, but that's fine for now. So these patterns I was going to change. Yeah, I think I like that. And then oh, interesting. I'm trying to get a line to appear here. I think what's happening is that line is falling at a point where the pattern is completely black. Yeah. So let's do a separate line for that. That doesn't look terrible, but it's too prominent. So let's try moving it. I really wish I could just nudge with the arrow keys. Oh, that's too much pattern. Let's try this one. That's more like I was thinking. Yeah, we'll try that. Thank you, Silver. Okay. So then this light on the ground. Let's see if we can work that out. How bright should this be is the question. And then the other thing is we could do like a little bit of a gradient to it. That's a pretty good pattern, I think. I don't think I want it to be like fully white. Yeah, this just seems like too much. All right, let's try doing the gradient thing and see if it looks good or not. Okay. I was like, if I send that to the back, then it's back behind the floor. But if I send both of them to the back, that's where I want it. And then it needs to be darker. Yeah, I was worried that was going to happen. The way these patterns, like there's spots where you get like a couple pixels right next to each other and it just looks kind of janky. That's not bad, I guess. Any opinions? Maybe that looks better. I could do more of a gradient, like add another shape that is, well, is there even anything? No, there's nothing between those two. I could add, but then I end up with these weird pixels again. What if I made this that color? All right, let's try this. And that'll be this color. Is that too much? I feel like it's not quite coming off the way I wanted it to. But maybe that's not bad. Yeah, I think I like that. So then we need, I guess we need a dark version of all the lamp parts, because, oh, this is getting a little tricky. I'm trying to think. We maybe need a version of the lampshade in the dark and in the light, and both on the lamp and on the ground. So it's like 4 different states. We could deal with that by making the player turn off the light before removing the lampshade. But that seems picky in a way that isn't really logical. Oh, I missed a follow at some point 11 minutes ago, but welcome. Great to have you here. I guess I was just too engrossed in drawing. All right, let's go back in and see how this transition from light to dark looks. Okay, lights off. What? Light on? Oh, did I get them backwards? Okay.
Oops, oops.
Light off. Yeah, I think I'm more or less happy with that. I feel like the angle, like this line should look parallel to this line, I think, and it doesn't quite. But otherwise, it looks decent. Let's. I'm just trying to think of what exactly I want the lamp to look like. So it's lighter in color than the table and the chair, I would say. I think the lampshade I will do as like inverted, so it's you can still see this pattern, but those pixels would be white instead of black. I think that'll look pretty decent. Maybe. Oops. Okay. So maybe like this medium gray color for the lamp would look good. Silver says, I was going to try to spend some time this weekend to work on at least something game dev related, either the MacVenture template or something, since I have a long weekend. But I am 90% sure it's going to be mostly Zelda time. That does not seem surprising, and I'd say, enjoy your long weekend. Don't do other work, other types of work if you have a long weekend and you have a game you want to enjoy.
I will remind you of your words later.
I know you will. See, my problem is I often want to do like what I call fun work more than I want to, play a game or whatever. It's just like it's the thing I want to do and I feel like I will enjoy the most. So then I end up doing that on the weekend, and I probably shouldn't do that, but it's complicated. Silver says, yeah, I want to actually get into the game dev mood. It is fun. It is as fun as the gameplay mood, but it's hard to switch sometimes. Yeah, definitely. Okay. So, oh, right. We actually don't want to be in World Builder right now because we want to do the dark version of the lamp. While I'm here, I can fix these lines I wasn't quite happy with. But then we'll go into MacPaint. Yeah, I think. Oh, wait. It's a pain to, like, if you have something that goes right up to the edge of the screen, it can be very difficult to adjust it at all. Because, the point is outside the window. Oh, that gave me kind of a dark line there just because of how the patterns line up, and that's not great. Dang it. I would just undo a few times if I could, but that's not an option. I guess that's fine. It's got kind of a weird edge, again, the way the patterns are matching up, but I think it's okay. It's better than the weird edge we had before. Okay. I'm going to stop fussing with it. So, actually, probably don't need to duplicate this. Since it's a small object, I think we have room to do it all in here. Oh, wait, what? Oh, no!
What happened?
I've done this a couple times where I apparently didn't save.
Oh.
But it's in the scrapbook, right? Yeah, so it's fine. We still have it all. It's just, why didn't I save? Like, what the heck was I thinking?
If only this very old software would have a constant reminder that it doesn't autosave.
I mean, it asks if you want to save when you close. I just have apparently said no sometimes, which is very weird. Okay, so we're going to take these three objects and duplicate them. I mean, we do have the little disk, which is good for reminding me to save. But if I'm like in the middle of clicking no, that's probably going to be too late. Okay, this is tricky. Oh. First of all, let's save. I think the other lamp file, yeah, has an unshaded version, which is great because we want to get rid of the patterns that we have now so we can use different ones. So I was thinking this one would work well. I guess I want to do like the back side should be a little darker, I think, with the way we've shaded everything else. Oops. I talked before about how you can use Option and Command with the pencil. Like Option and drag gives you the hand. Command takes you in and out of fat bits. But I keep trying to do those with a different tool selected, but it doesn't work that way. Okay, so now I can fill this in. Let's make a copy of this in case I regret my choices. Let's also save. Okay, so that's going to be that gray, and then the back part will be this. And then I'm going to go in and kind of get rid of the line I had drawn there. Just try to blend these two patterns a little better. It's tricky. This is so hard. I really wish... Oh, there's this pattern. This pattern here probably matches up with this one. I wish they had come up with a system of as many shades as they could that like blend together really well. Also, it's interesting, like there's a lighter shade that blends really well with this middle gray in World Builder, but that shade isn't in Mac Paint apparently. I can't edit these and make my own patterns, which is neat, but that also seems very time consuming. And I guess I kind of want to stick to standard patterns just because in World Builder we have to, so I want things to not look too out of place there. Yeah, that's okay, I guess. And then the top part of it, I guess, is also that, or is it darker? Maybe it's darker. And then I need to separate these. This part here is really bothering me, but there's not much I can do to fix it. No matter what I do, those two patterns line up weird at some point. Okay. So I guess I made some objects here I don't actually need. I would love to just invert this pattern, but I don't think that's an option. We do we have invert somewhere? Yeah, we do have an invert. But, well, let's see what we can do here. Okay, so then if I take this, put this on top, that gives me back the outline, the outer outline. So yeah, that's pretty much what I was picturing. I can't decide if I like this white line. It's too bright, at least. I could get rid of the white line and make this inside. I guess the inside part should be dark. So I don't know that making that a lighter shade makes sense. Let's try just... actually, let's do this. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm worried that'll look too dark. But we'll try it. Like the other option we could try is, I guess we'll see how this looks. Instead of inverting the pattern, we could just kind of fill in another pattern. It's a pretty bright color, so it should be a lighter pattern. That's not terrible, but it looks a little bit weird. And there the pattern gets totally lost. That's funny. Anyway, between these two, I think I like the inverted one better. I guess I'll... I did that again. I don't know why I always want to command drag things. Okay, we'll set that aside just in case I change my mind. And then we need a dark version of this. So just thinking here, let's try a medium gray. That'll probably look all right. And this should be something a little darker. Ah. I guess. Oops, I can't undo anymore. And then the rest of this. I keep trying to command click like I was saying with the pencil. And then the bulb. I'm trying to picture how I want this to look. I almost feel like it should be black with a white outline. But I guess that doesn't quite make sense with the way we've filled in everything else. Ooh, excuse me a minute. I'll be right back. Welcome to Things I Found in the Basement. The next thing I found in the basement is this lovely little Wienermobile from our very own Henry Ford Museum. So this is from a machine called a Mold-O-Rama, and it like creates an injection molded plastic toy while you wait. You put your money in, and it makes this little toy. Like you can see, like these little artifacts of the creation process here. It is hollow. For a long time, I thought these were very fragile, but it is actual plastic. So, like, I think it's sturdier than I thought it was.
You thought it was wax, right?
Yeah. Like, when you first get them out of the machine, they're pretty soft. And, like, if you're not careful, you'll definitely screw them up. Like, you can see some imperfections here.
You could crush it if you were really determined.
But yeah, like I keep kind of testing it and pushing a little harder on it, but I think it's pretty solid plastic at this point. So once it's completely cooled, I think it's pretty durable. I just from seeing what happened to other ones, I have always been like extra delicate with it. On the other side, it says 1952 Wienermobile. So the Henry Ford Museum has the actual 1952 Wienermobile, and then they also have this weird little machine where you can get a plastic toy version of it, which is great. Apparently, there's not a lot of these machines left. Let's see. I was looking at the Wikipedia page. I should drop the link to that, because if you've never seen one of these things, like, the design of them is great. It's got a real vibe to it. The little logo, and like it's got this kind of plastic dome thing over the whole like injection molding mechanism, so like you can kind of see what's going on. And like inside there's these like the metal God, I'm blanking on the word, like God, it's on the tip of my tongue. I know this word, like the cast thing that gets filled with the plastic, and then it's got all these tubes where the hot plastic comes into it. Anyways, it's neat, and it makes this, and then you got a fun toy. Thanks for sponsoring this episode of Things I Found in the Basement, 6-7.
Yeah, dye or mold are my best guess for the word you were trying to think of.
Yeah, dye. Or mold. Which is like right in the name. Okay. I feel like I need a little outro for that segment, but that also seems like kind of silly. I mean, the whole thing is silly. So
I was gonna say.
All right. I'm happy enough with these components that I want to see how they look in place. So let's start copying them in. pretty sure I clicked yes there. So we want to put these into the... Ooh, I deleted the whole lamp. So for reference, we need to copy the lamp out of here again. Just so we know exactly where to put everything. I think I got all the pieces. Okay, great. Oh, this is going to get tricky. Because, like, I think that's about lined up, but I mean, I guess technically I don't need to delete the light version of the lamp behind it, but I mean, it's wasting disk space ultimately, if nothing else. But like, I have no way to select it. So a thing I often do in a more modern drawing program is typically you can hold down shift and use the arrow keys to move something like 10 pixels. So I would do that, hit the arrow key, hold down shift, hit the arrow key a few times, and then, the object on top is out of the way, and then I can, click on the object underneath, delete it, and then, very easily, hit shift arrow in the opposite direction and move it exactly where it was. So that is a very easy process, but we can't use arrow keys at all. So I kind of think our only option is to either eyeball it, or I can basically select everything else in the scene, move it to back, and then the object I want to delete will be in front. I think we can do that once I've got all the lamp pieces in place. If I do it all at once, it won't be that much of a pain in the ass, I think. The other thing is, it's a little bit tricky to tell if these are actually lined up right. Like, they're close, but I'm wondering if we might see a little bit of a shift when it's actually swapping between the two. So here we have this transparency issue to deal with again. But I think in this case, we can definitely just remove a piece of the frame and it won't be visible since everything's so dark. Yeah, I'm not sure if things are lining up right there, but it's close. Okay. So let's see. I'm thinking about how I want to do this. I think first I want to select these pieces and then send them to back. Oh, wait. Oh, this is a pain.
You made a very complex scene.
I kind of did.
It seems so simple, and yet there's a lot going on here.
Mm-hmm. I will say, though, I'm pretty happy with the shading on these. I think that all looks good. So we don't have to fuss with that anymore. I'm just trying to figure out how to do this. Like, if I try to select everything, I'm going to get both versions of the lamp selected. So that's not an option.
I see.
But then my thought was, I could select these three, send them to back, and then, well, I think this will mostly work. Actually, I'm going to save before I do this.
Whoops. Sorry. My headphones briefly disconnected.
Ah, okay. Okay, so I'm going to take the dark lamp, send it all to the back, and then I can select the light lamp and delete it all. And then basically I need to select all of the wall pieces and the floor pieces and send those to back. Oh, right. And also the lamp. Like, I can't just select everything because then I'm going to get the, the dark lamp along with it. Could I... Does this work? Okay. I'm trying to shift click. Like, I can shift click to select multiple objects. And again, in a more modern program, you could shift click something that's selected to deselect, basically remove that object from your overall selection. But this doesn't do that. So I think I just kind of have to do this a real pain in the ass way and just kind of keep sending things to back until I finally get it all right. It shouldn't be too bad. Oh, I missed this. I think we're almost there. I think we did it. Is that right? Obviously, this needs to come to the front. There we go. I'm trying to decide if the lamp, the base of the lamp is the right color. I guess it's fine. It's not worth fussing with further, I don't think. All right, now let's see how this looks transitioning between the two.
Yes?
Just wondering what you're snacking on.
An Oreo and a frankly disappointing quantity of very freezer burned ice cream. Because it's all that was left.
Okay. Light off. Oh right, I didn't ever fix those. Hey, that looks pretty good. I'm looking at the lamp very closely to see if I'm happy with the way things line up. Yeah, I think that's great. Hello, Hinton. Good to see you. It's going pretty good. We're just trying to create the dark version of our study here for when you turn the lights off to take the light bulb. Also, if anyone is wondering, at this point in the game, the cat will not be present anymore. The cat will complain. Brisket's going to get mad if you try to turn the light off while they're still there. So we don't need to worry about creating a dark room version of Brisket.
What causes a Brisket to leave the room?
Basically completing the conversation. Let's also try, just to make sure we did that right. Whoops. Credits. And then go back. And we're back in the study. Good. Okay. I should fix the light commands.
You don't want the light switch to be backwards?
No, not really. Although I guess that would be kind of funny. I'm going to fill out this programming a little bit more now. So we'll add some text. And then our usual blank line. And then we need to... Well, we don't necessarily need to, but we're going to add a check. So, like, if you try to turn the light off and the lights are already off, you know, it makes more sense to have a response that says that. So, if you try to turn the light off and study dark equals scene. Well, let's do it this way. Equals storage. Then we exit. Otherwise, we'll say the light is already off. It suggests off. The off is now off. Perfect. And then when you turn the light on, if study dark is in the scene, that works correctly. Otherwise, we say the light is already on. Okay, now let's think about like the parser commands a little bit more. So we want, I think I also want to allow plural. Oops. So the way this is set up now, you can say just light off or light on. You can say just lights off or lights on. You could also say a sentence that includes that phrase, like turn the light off or turn the lights on. So I think that is pretty good, but someone could potentially also type flip the light switch or something like that. And I think it would be good to respond to that in a helpful way, as opposed to just, you know, having the game's default, huh? So let's do that. Like, if we had more control over things, I think I would just respond to that command appropriately and, you know, flip the switch, you know, whichever opposite.
You don't think huh is helpful?
No. But because of the limitations of the program, we can't really do that without duplicating all this code. Mm-hmm. I don't think. Enlighten domicile. So what I'm going to do is if they type a command that includes light that doesn't match any of our, you know, properly handled commands, then we'll give a response that gives them a little bit of a hint. I'm trying to think of exactly how to word this. What do you want to do with the light? Is that... Maybe we just want to be really straightforward.
The Sierra classic. Try saying that another way.
I mean, we could do that, but I'm a little bit torn. Like, I don't love... Like, we have kind of a narrator voice, right?
Sure.
And I feel like I've been a little inconsistent about that voice, but I do plan to try to clean that up at some point. I'm trying to decide if I want to kind of break the fourth wall with that voice and be direct about what commands you can use. I guess maybe we've done that a little bit already in certain cases, so maybe I shouldn't worry about it. So for now, at least, we'll just say try using lights on or lights. Well, we should do singular since there's only one light. To turn the light off or on. That's fine for now, at least. I don't love it, but it's okay. I was also just thinking, what if they type turn the light switch on? Like that won't get caught by this. So let's add that as well. Actually, we'll just say anything that includes switch off or switch on will be recognized. That should work well. And then we'll also include switch in this fallback. Oh no. What'd I do? Oh, forgot then. In here as well. Yes. Oh no. Wait, what? Oh, the two equal signs is incorrect. Hey, Baltimore, good to see you. Hope the rest of your stream was great. Oops, I hit my button twice. You get a triple shout out, technically. Okay, we'll go see how that all works now. Let's also... It was fun. Knackered now, though. Knackered.
It means to be tired.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
I was just thinking about the word.
Okay.
It's a pretty good word.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're going to do cheat study, I think, so we can go directly to the study. That way we don't have to fuss with the bookshelf puzzle every time we want to check something in there. Either tired or kicked in the agates? That's not a word I'm familiar with.
That one's unfamiliar to me. I can
But,
sort of surmise
yeah,
from context.
I'm pretty sure I understand what you mean. It says sorry about your knacker. All right, cheat study. Now we're directly in the study. So, light off. Hey, light on. Beautiful. I'm very happy with this. Agate is a type of marble.
Okay. I've never seen it spelled that way.
Okay, so we have that working. I'm just thinking about the whole, like, the rest of the interaction with the lamp. I think because that's going to be a little less interesting and more tedious, I'll maybe do that off stream. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Baltimore said agate, Aggot. This spelling is a playing marble. Agates, Agates, which is what culinary suggested, is a
Yeah.
gemstone. I think. Yeah, yeah. The playing marble term I've never heard before. And then Unsecret Crush said, "I love cultural exchanges like this."
I do.
Me too. Okay, so we maybe do want to, since it's a little more fun, do the cat death scene. So let's focus on that next. So, shoot, I can't remember who suggested this. I kind of want to say Kyle and Error, but I could be completely making that up.
Suggested what?
Who suggested that if you try to touch the cat's tail, it could be a death scene?
I see. I don't know. I can't remember either.
So, in order to do this, we're gonna have the tail as a separate object. So, just thinking here. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut that and paste it twice. And then, let's see, brisket's tail needs to be underneath. Let's do brisket tail. And then brisket. Unsecret Crush said, I had a big bag full of marbles as a kid, but I have never once in my life played marbles. Yeah, I don't know that I ever properly played marbles.
I'm sure the bag of marbles I had either belonged to my mom or they came from my mom's grandpa's house. We had quite a lot of very old toys that came from my great grandpa's house.
Thank you for the grunting, Hinton. Baltimore said, fun fact, a little bit at the end of a shoelace or hoodie string is called an aglet. We're learning so many words. So there's brisket tail, and then this is going to be brisket without a tail. So then we can have two separate interactions there. So both of them are in the study by default. So that should be fine. And then we need to add code to handle this interaction. So if click $equals brisket tail.
Thanks.
Thank you for the thanks, Baltimore, and you're welcome. I think we'll also allow some sort of text command here to mess with brisket's tail. Can you pick up the tail and have it in your inventory? This would probably upset brisket enough to murder. Yes, I mean, ultimately, you know, if that was your intention here, like, you're not going to get that far. I'm trying to decide what text commands should trigger this response. We could make this a thing that only happens if you click the tail, just for simplicity. like, I can't think of an obvious thing you would type to try to mess with a cat's tail. Like, there's, you could say touch tail, pull tail, pick up tail, apparently. But it's tricky to handle all of those. The easiest way to handle all of those is with, text $ equals tail. So that will happen if you type anything that has tail in it. I'm just trying to think of if there's any case where you might type something that has tail in it, but we don't want this response to happen. Yeah, grab tail. I think for now I'm gonna leave this, and I could always remove this later, and we just make it a thing that only happens if you click on it. Just because there's so many like possibilities if we're trying to be more specific about it that it would take so many different ors to cover all the possibilities. Okay, so we're going to handle this similar to how we did the normal guy at the front door. So I'm going to look at that code because I feel like what we did there worked out well. So the first time you click, you're going to get a little bit of a warning. So that's a totally normal house. So we're going to need another variable to keep track of this. Let's see. Oh, since the cat will not always be in the room, we also need to check for that. That's for opening the door. Okay. Okay. So here's the whole block of code that deals with it. So if with the front door, if you click on the normal guy or type north, then it checks to see if that variable is set. And if it is, you get the death. If it's not, it sets the variable and gives you kind of a warning. So I'm just going to copy this whole block. Culinary said examine brisket's tail. Like, that is an example where we wouldn't want that to result in a death, I guess. Well, I guess, like, that could be just looking at brisket's tail, or that could be like, picking it, touching it to examine it more closely. Yeah, it's tricky. But this is going to replace this. And then we want to check if brisket is present. And we need to use a different variable. So, we could use B for brisket. Also, this keeps happening.
What's that?
I meant to leave a bunch of pages so all our variables would be in one place in my notes. But I keep not doing that, so they're all spread out. But I do have a section here where we have some. So, B variables, B2 and or B4 are bad. We don't want to use them. They don't keep a track of data reliably. Both are mentioned at some point in the documentation, and I'm not sure if they're both a problem or if just one of them is a problem and the one was a typo. But we already used B1, and I definitely don't want to use B2. We could use a later B, or we could let's use C for cat. So C number, C1 number. So we have less than 1 equals never touched tail. And then 1 equals touched tail once. And says, I've never wanted to touch a cat's tail so badly. C1. So otherwise, this stays the same. We're going to change the sound to Mad Cat, which I will play for you so we can all remember this terrible sound. So that's Mad Cat. That's what you hear just before you die when you mess with Brisket's tail. We need to copy that into our game sounds file. And then we're going to move the player to, I guess we'll call this Brisket Death. So we need to create that scene. I think I might have written some text for this. I can't remember. I'm looking through my notes here. Let's see. I wrote text for messing with the lamp. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Oh, right. I also wrote some text for if you try to click on Brisket or pet Brisket. And what I wrote was, please don't do that. You could at least ask first, the cat says in a soft voice. So the Brisket is seemingly polite at first. Now I'm thinking of what. Is there a scenario in which you can pet Brisket? Also, you know what? I think when I wrote that, I was maybe thinking that trying to pet Brisket at all might result in a death. And I can't decide if that is a sensible thing to do, or if that's extreme. But I think for now, I'm not going to worry about the answer to that question. We'll just continue with what I originally planned. But I will have Brisket say, please don't do that. Says in a stern voice. Hello, Edenwaith. Brisket is always judging us because that is how cats are. Yeah, for sure. Brisket is definitely a judgy cat. Okay, so then if you try to do that again, you will die. So, Mad Cat we need to add to our sounds. And then we need to create the Brisket Death Room. So up here we have normal death. We'll add Brisket Death next to it. And oops, what happened? Okay. I just selected the wrong thing. Okay, so you can't go anywhere from there, and then we're going to go ahead and copy the code from here. Scene code, which is very simple. I don't think this silence actually does anything, but I guess I'll just leave it. So basically the code's going to be identical, I think. We'll still have the... So when you touch Brisket's tail the second time, you'll get the Mad Cat sound, and then you get moved to the death scene where you hear our little death jingle. And then we'll do something kind of similar to this, but obviously instead of a human hand, we'll have like a paw swiping at you with claws out. And then we'll have to write some text for that. But before I forget, let's add our sound. So we just got to find Mad Cat in the library. There it is. Copy. Close. And then... Oh, nope. That's the game, not the library. Sounds. That's our sound library. Okay. So I think we've set up enough that we can kind of check that it's all working so far. Sheet study. Okay, so there's a cat here. I click on the tail. Brisket says, "Please don't do that," the cat says in a stern voice. I'm going to do it again. Oh. Huh. That was interesting. So the way I thought that was going to work is that it would play the Mad Cat sound. Mm-hmm. And then I thought when that ended, we would get moved to here. Mm-hmm. And then on this screen, we would hear the death jingle.
I see.
But for some reason, it played the entire death jingle before we got here. And I'm also wondering if we want the Mad Cat sound to play on this screen. Because, you know, it plays in the previous scene, and, you know, Brisket is still just kind of sitting there acting normal. Whereas it makes more sense to hear that sound on this screen with the paw swiping at you. Let's try changing that. The way ordering of things, especially when it comes to sounds in World Builder works, is fairly difficult to understand, in my opinion. So we play sound Mad Cat, and then we move the player to Brisket Death. And one thing I think I've determined is that if we move the player somewhere else, I don't think it will do anything after that in the code. So we're just going to move the player to the death scene, and then we'll put the rest of we'll put all our sounds into this scene. Let's see how that works out. We might even want to change the other death as well. But we'll see if it works first. I think sounds might be a directive that blocks. Yeah, like, it's weird. It blocks certain things. It will definitely block additional commands. Like you can't interact until the sounds are done playing. I think it will like print commands or move objects while a sound is playing. So that's what I mean by like it's hard to understand exactly what all the rules are. Like it's not 100% consistent. And says, knowing all of this, I think I would still touch the tail. What? What?
Weren't you going to have like a close up paw swiping?
Yeah, like I haven't gotten there. Like that's
Okay.
definitely going to be the art on this screen.
Wouldn't it make more sense to switch to that scene and then play the sounds?
That's what I'm trying. That's what I just did.
Okay, weird.
But like the code for playing those sounds is in that room. Like it's in the scene
Okay,
that you're
weird.
going to, but for whatever reason it's playing the sounds before we get there. So like the way the code is written right now, after that second click, we move the player to the scene, and that's all the code that happens there. And then when we get to that room, it says, okay, if you're in this room and it's loop 0, which is the first time you enter a room, play all these sounds and then basically kill the player. But the sounds are happening before we're actually moved to the room. I'm trying to think if there's any way to fix that. I mean, I guess I could kind of experiment to see what happens. Like, I'm a little curious what would happen if I try to print something when you first get to the room before the sounds play. I honestly don't know that would actually affect the order of the way things happen. If you try doing it on loop 1, the room might be getting instantiated in loop 0. If we do it on loop 1, then it won't happen until there's a player interaction. Which I have considered in our death scenes, having a button you click before we actually give the game over. But we would still want our sounds to happen right away. Bashing our heads against game engine limitations. Yeah. Let's take a quick look at Ray Dunnican's documentation and see if it talks about this at all. This is talking about creating your own sounds and putting them in a library. And then it's talking about adding sounds to a scene that, like, our background sounds. Okay, now we're talking about playing sounds with code. That's all straightforward stuff. Okay, no, there's nothing talking about what I'm running into. There might be something else. Yeah. It's possible this is addressed somewhere, but I would have to dig through all these files, and I'm not going to do that right now. I might do that later. But let's experiment a little. How did it work with the normal guy? See, that's a good. Let's try that. I think. Yeah, I'm actually confused because I'm so sure on the normal guy scene we hear the little death jingle after you get to the scene. Cheat items. Hey, there he is. So we let that finish out. Oh, it does play first. Okay. Interesting. All right. Let's try this idea I had with the print command. I'm trying to think of what else I could try doing. Just to try to like force it to update the scene before playing the sound. What other... Like we could try moving an object around. Move study dark to scene. What else could we try? Like my thought is we'll try a bunch of things that, should happen before the sounds play and see if anything works. And then if that does work, we can remove things. I don't know if that's a good way to approach this, but it seems a little easier than trying things one by one. Normal guy was normal, but brisket is special. Well, that's certainly true. Cheat study. So that is extra interesting. Like, the ordering of things is like almost backwards. Like the way the code is written, character moves to the study, it prints "you have died," it moves this, object, which is the dark study graphic, into the scene, and then it plays the sounds. But what it's doing is it plays the sounds, then it moved us to the scene, and then last it printed the text. And I don't know that there's anything else I can do. One thing we could do is we could make the death scene graphic an object that gets moved to the current room. So then we'd see that immediately. And then we play our sounds. And then we move to the death scene room, which has the same graphic. It's kind of a pain, but it would work. And it might be the only way to do it. And I would definitely rather see that graphic when we're hearing those sounds. So like... Maybe it doesn't even make sense to have these as brooms, now that we know this.
Have them be objects instead.
Yeah. And then, like, this text can print out, in the current scene. Let's try that. I'm going to, since we already have art and text for the normal guy death, I'm going to experiment with that first and see if it works out well. So create normal death. Oh, yeah, that's taken. So we can't have an object in a room named the same thing. For now, I'm just going to call this normal death test. And I'll copy this text. Okay, where's our death? So, yeah, this is another case where I would love to comment things out. I don't think a silent sound is doing anything. Storage. Oops. Print. In this case, we don't need to worry about a blank line because you can't type anything after it. So my thought is we'll print the text. Who knows if it's going to happen in the order I put things, but we'll print the text and then we'll move the graphic in. Move with one O. What do I call that? Normal death test to scene. And then we need our sounds. I hope this works out well. I was going to say, in retrospect, I don't know why I didn't do it this way initially, but I guess I do know why, which is, it initially seemed simpler to do it the other way.
Right.
Okay, so we have our sounds. I guess I'm going to leave a silence in just in case it works out a little differently. Let's see what this does. Cheat items. We want our key. On the ground, you see a normal death test. It's funny that it showed up here, of all places. We can still continue to see how this works. Like, I don't think that'll screw anything else up. Unlock door. Open door. Come on. There he is. That's pretty good, I think. That's just the random looping sound effect that happens in the house. Technically, we don't really want that to happen after you're dead, but it's funny, so I won't worry about it. Oh, wait! 6-7 played rats.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what that was.
That was
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's bats that happens in the house. Okay. Thank you for the rats, 6-7, and also for confusing me greatly. Okay. So yeah, that all worked out good. I think we'll take that approach with the rest of our deaths. The one tricky thing. Ooh. Oh. Let me tell all of you what I'm thinking about right now, which is that I was about to say the one tricky thing is that we need our death object, which is, the graphic that appears, to be last in the list to make sure that it appears on top of anything else in the scene. But then I realized that even if it's last on the list, if we mark it as an immobile object, which is something you can't pick up, then mobile objects will still appear on top of it. And that's a little bit of a problem. Like, if we had a more flexible programming language here, I would honestly, I would deal with this problem. I would just create a function that takes all mobile objects in the game and moves them to storage, and then I would call that before any death scene happens. But we don't have that, so the best approximation of that we could do is, write that code, but then we have to copy and paste it into every death scene, which might be the best solution, just because, for one, we don't have a huge number of mobile objects, and we aren't going to have a ton of death scenes either. The only other thing I can think of is we make the death graphic a mobile object. But if they click on it, I guess, let's see what happens if I try to click on it, because it's already a mobile object right now. I think it will let me pick it up, as long as it hasn't gotten to the code where it moves us, makes us dead, basically. But I'm not positive. It's possible it'll block me from doing anything. Okay. Oops. Sorry about all the beeps. I just wanted to be thorough in, making sure. Thank you for the rats. So yeah, I think we can keep it as a mobile object and just, hope there isn't some like way to pick that up that we're missing. I think we'll be okay, and that will make things a lot easier. So then the only thing we have to make sure of is that we put those objects last in the list, or at least after any other objects that could be in that scene. Dang those rats infesting the death screen. Shouldn't have left those crumbs around. Okay. This is so complicated. Okay, so now I'm going to get rid of this room. I think for whatever reason, the only way you can get rid of something is to cut it. You just got to cut it and never paste it anywhere. I don't think there's anything important in here yet. I guess we'll grab our code for playing the sounds. And I can't cut that because I have other stuff on the clipboard I want. At least our deaths so far are things that only happen in a specific location. This would be a lot more of a pain if we had... Well, I guess we could just put it in the global code. That would still work out okay. But we might want to avoid having a death that could happen anywhere. Scene code. Okay. Print. I'm just trying to think of what to type here. I asked you nicely not to do that. Also, I keep writing the cat because I want to account for a scenario where you've done this before you have talked to the cat, so you don't know Brisket's name yet. Okay. I might adjust that later, but that's fine for now. Okay. So it'll print, I asked you nicely not to do that, the cat says, before violently clawing your face. Then we get our mad cat, and then we get our death jingle. And we again have the silence, which I think might have actually given a little bit of a pause in this setup. And then player is moved to storage, which basically gives us the game over. Silver says, I do appreciate that this homeowner has both a dog and a cat. Yes. Although, honestly, Brisket might be the homeowner. I'm not sure, but I do think that is a possibility. Honestly, I feel like if anything, Brisket owns the house and Normal Guy is just a guest or possibly a pet even. So now we're going to change this to just normal death. And we need to update the code that deals with that. Six Seven says, a booming voice calls out, the cat is known as Brisket, then goes silent. There is no explanation. There, now you don't need to worry about explaining the cat's name. Thank you. Very helpful. Okay. Oh, right. And we need to move the death graphic in for the brisket death, and then also create the graphic. Every week before stream, I'm like, oh, I'm going to get so much done today. We'll do this real quick, and then we'll move on to these other things, and then you'll never guess what happens. We spend the whole stream pretty much just doing the first thing. Okay, so now we're going to create Brisket Death. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. It's great to have you here. 6-7 says, what's a celestial realm without mysterious beings shadowing you, judging your every move? I suppose that's a good point. Brisket Death. Okay, so now I want to create a graphic that's similar to this one, but coming up from like the bottom left, there'll be a paw with claws out that's coming right at you. Hopefully I can draw that moderately convincingly. I mean, I'm going to take the same approach here, so it's just going to be like a very dark silhouette. But I feel like I still might struggle a little. Did we name the dog? Is the dog Coleslaw? No, the dog is named FIFO. That was a poll we did as well. And I believe that was a Game Dev Jeff suggestion. Okay, let's get the polygon tool. And we'll see if I can draw something that looks at all like a cat's paw coming at you. I think already I know that it's not.
This is not right. I'm fascinated that this is the one time that you start to draw something without trying to look for reference first.
Honestly, mostly my thought was I could try to look up reference, but I don't know if I can really get the reference that I want here. But, you know, maybe I'm just underestimating the people who create photos for stock photography websites. It's not the worst, but it's also not really great. Obviously, I'm going to add like some claws coming out, if nothing else. Cat pawing at camera. Okay, we got... These are too cute. These are all very cute.
Just exaggerate the claws sticking out.
This one's not bad. Oh, they're all so cute.
Did you hear my suggestion?
Yeah. I wish I could have a cat.
Me too.
Just the rest of the stream is just me looking at cat pictures. I think the one I opened up already might be the best I'm going to get. I guess I typed pawing. Let's try clawing.
Yeah, claw is what you want.
Most of these pictures are the same.
I tried
Oh, here's claws out, but it's the wrong angle.
Cat swiping claws.
Okay, we definitely got some more like angry clawing here, but nothing is quite the right angle.
What about that gray cat?
Which one?
Go down.
Oh, this one?
No.
Oh.
You're on the row. Go left.
Oh, here?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's not bad. I should really do this with, let's see. Let y'all see what I'm looking at here.
See, I'm thinking you should, use this as a reference for the basic shape and then just go really exaggerated with the claws sticking out.
I wish OBS didn't immediately show whatever is like the default selection in the window there. Okay. So here's what I'm looking at here. What did you just say? Sorry, I was distracted by what it was doing.
Really exaggerate the claws?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was definitely imagining more.
So, like, use this reference for the basic shape,
mm-hmm.
and then just draw, like, really absurdly cartoonishly long claws instead of the realistic claws shown here.
Let's see, here's here's the other one I was looking at, which is definitely not an angry cat,
no.
But the angle is about what I was going for. But I think the other one is better. Is that the cat from that Nancy Drew game? I don't know what you're referring to. Okay. So as you can see, I've done a great job already. Let's delete this. So I'm basically I'm taking the overall shape here and I'm gonna kind of give it more of an angle. And then I'm gonna exaggerate the claws. I would read that out loud 6-7, but honestly, like, it doesn't really work out loud, so I won't. I'm really curious how this is going to come out. I just remembered. We might have a rotate option, which I'm mainly thinking of because it would be a little bit easier to compare what I'm drawing with the reference if I wasn't trying to draw it at a different angle. Cat paws are a little bit weird.
Oh, for sure.
I also think the position and possibly the size is a little bit wrong here. Is that okay? Is that okay-ish?
Question.
Yeah?
The cat is light colored as you have drawn it in the other scene?
Yeah.
So how come you're filling it in shadowy here?
So my thought was to do this kind of like the other death graphic where it's this, very dark. Like, I guess the way I kind of picture the other death scene is like, this is kind of what you're seeing as your vision is fading and you are dying. So like it's meant to be the whole image is very dark.
So my conception of the whole normal guy death animation is that the normal guy himself is a shadowy being.
Right.
So of course the hand grabbing you would also be shadowy, but I don't think that makes sense here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm fine with making it somewhat lighter. I don't want to make it like bright white like Brisket is in the normal scene. But we could maybe do like this gray. I think I could get behind that. Let's put the black background in. Oops. Hello, Salt Ranger. Thank you for the cat emote. Yeah, that seems all right-ish. I mean, I still don't know that this shape is great, but I don't know. I don't know what I would change. I guess this. Yeah. Like I think this part I don't know what you call that, but it's like it's a little bit thumb-like. And so like the other four nubs should be more symmetrical as a whole, and then this nub should be down more. So I think that's what I've screwed up. I'm just trying to think if I should try reshaping this or just start over. It might be easier to just start over. Let's get rid of this, and I think we'll go back to just an outline, and I can kind of use that as reference to make sure I don't make the exact same mistakes again. I just want to draw a good cat paw. So like those two beans, I think I had decent. And then this bean
found, which may be helpful, a adorable kitten. Doing, I think, honestly, the pose that you want, and then also
Really?
there is like anatomical labeling of the different parts.
Oh, fascinating. Is this where you tell me they're not called beans?
I mean, technically speaking, medically speaking, I don't think so.
That's unfortunate.
But I feel like the shapes are a lot clearer here. Let's figure out how to send this to you. I have to send you the entire webpage because I can't copy this.
So that's a little bit better.
Oh my god, this website is covered in ads. Go away. Right click is disabled. I couldn't see that this website has right click disabled because of the ad that was covering it. Also, my computer is on the verge of death.
Oh no. Can't you just... Oh, here.
You're using the juice. I can't just, because you got the juice. Should I just drop this in chat? It's like a web...
I mean, that's fine, or you can airdrop it to me.
Yeah, I'll just do that. It's a webpage about cats. So you'll have to scroll down midway to where the labels are.
Okay.
Since I can't just copy the picture.
Rufflesnuffle.co.uk. Great.
Yep.
Cat Paw Anatomy 101. Everything you need to know. Okay, I'm going to try to get rid of some of the ads here.
Do your best. I wish you luck.
I keep meaning to install an ad blocker on here. I don't think I have one. Okay, and then let's go back to... So y'all can learn about cat paw anatomy along with me.
So keep scrolling down.
That's a pretty good one. Also, this is great. A good ad. We have a dog.
There it is.
Okay.
I have no idea what's on the rest of this webpage.
Get out of here.
I only looked at that picture.
Cat paw anatomy paw infographic. Copyright Ruffle Snuffle. Registered trademark. So we have claw, digital pads, dew claw. Okay, so that's dew claw is the proper name for the what I was calling a thumb-like bean. Well, that was some very rude flashing. Metacarpal pad is like the center pad area, kind of the palm area. And then carpal pad is that lower, like what I would maybe call a bonus thumb thing. Hello, Kyle Error. Yes, we are learning about cat paw anatomy. So I can draw a cat paw murdering you more correctly.
Silver helpfully shares the metacarpal pad is the hand croissant.
Yes. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay. So I feel like this shape I have is not completely unacceptable.
Yeah, I thought that having the like actual anatomical labeling would help you refine it.
Yeah. So I think what I'm going to do, this ad keeps flashing. Like if I make it go away, it does a flash and comes back. That's terrible. I'm going to open this image. Oh, right. Right click is disabled.
Yep.
Um,
We got here in the first place.
I'm going to take a screenshot and then open the screenshot so I don't have to look at your stupid website anymore. Okay. Problem solved. Now draw a bicycle from memory. I feel like I could do pretty okay at that. Now challenge accepted. Let's see how I do. I'm going to start with some wheels. Let's see. So handlebars, and then like typically you have a frame that goes like this, and then there's a post here, and then that kind of situation, and then your bike seat is here, and then your pedals are here. Let's see. And then like you have a gear here that goes back to a smaller gear, and then the chain goes around there. I feel like that's pretty good. All right. Thank you for the challenge. That was fun. Hello, Joey's Bites. That's the More You Know star. Yes. Thank you all for the compliments on my bicycle. All right. Let's make the More You Know star into more of a cat paw. So we need some claws, which we now hopefully have a little bit of a example here. Maybe I should do a point redemption where you just challenge me to draw something. Because that was kind of fun. And it would be probably even more fun if I had no idea how to draw it and it just came out terrible. That seems way too dramatic, but also we kind of want this to be very dramatic. So I'm going to keep it for now. Like, we want it to be really clear here that you're being murdered by this cat. You want to look at this drawing and think, oh yeah, that's it. I'm dead now. That one's terrible. Yeah, it's all right. It's not the best. And then the dew claw? Almost like in this example photo, it looks like maybe it doesn't come out super far. So I'll maybe try to be a little bit more subtle about that one. Well, I didn't accomplish that, but let's try that again. That's a little sloppy. Cat's claws are... Oh. Wait. Cat's claws are between the toes? That doesn't seem to match up with this photo reference I'm looking at. I'm being really critical because your art skills way surpass mine. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, like I'm going by this. We looked up a photo reference, which I no longer have the link handy, but if you want to share that in chat, feel free to. And it seems like they're pretty much coming from the toes.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I've definitely not done a great job of drawing this, but I think it's pretty much correct-ish. So I think I want to add a little bit more detail than we did with the hand, just to do a better job of selling this as a cat paw. So I'm going to draw the metacarpal pad and the carpal pad, I think. And then...
Did you drawing a bicycle while I was in the other room?
Yeah, here's my bicycle.
Beautiful.
Thank you. I was challenged, and I accepted the challenge, and I'm happy with the result.
Can you draw a horse?
No.
Can you draw a horse on a bike?
Oh God, absolutely not. I did wonder out loud if maybe I should add a point redemption where you can challenge me to draw something, and then I will do my best, which I think would be the most entertaining if it was something I absolutely have no idea how to draw. So I will consider that for the future. That's kind of all right. Do I want to do the oval tool? Maybe.
I would say if you're wanting to like be cartoony, I don't know that it's strictly necessary to include the carpal pad. That little circle you just drew.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels important to me. Okay. I don't know why.
That's fine.
Joey's Bite says, "Okay, I'm going to find my cat. Please let us know your findings, but also
please
be careful and don't upset the cat."
Your cat does not damage you too much.
Do I want to draw all the little beans? Let's try it, and then I'll fill things in, and we can see how it looks when it's finished. Honestly, the more detail I put in, the less happy I am with the overall shape. But I don't know that I want to... I'm not unhappy enough with it to like completely start over. So I think I'll leave it at that. I'm trying to move... Okay, there we go. Like, I feel like the paw should be a little bit more in the middle of the screen.
Yeah.
So it's coming right at you. All right. I think that's pretty good. Let's fill it all in now. Get a rectangle for the background. Send that to the back. And then we're going to go with this middle gray. And then, should the pads be lighter or darker? I guess in this example photo, the fur of the paw is white, which is just like brisket, and the pads are, like they're a fleshy color, like pink.
Right.
So darker makes sense. And I think I want to try no pen. Ooh. Thank you, Silver. One thing you might change is to make the dew claw a bit closer in. Cats, dogs don't have much control over their thumb, basically. Yeah, like when I drew that, I thought maybe it was too... coming out too much. Oh, I guess if I want to resize it, I just drag the handles. Oh, Joey's Vice says, I stand corrected.
Yeah, I feel like...
Thank you for your first-hand research. I appreciate it.
I feel like it's a pretty common, like, cartoon shorthand to draw the claws coming from the spaces between the beans, but I don't think... Yeah, I feel like that's just because cartoons are like, yeah, whatever, that works.
That's interesting, though. Like, where does that misconception come from?
I don't know. Like, I gotta fact check myself here. Just I feel like I can picture like a Tom and Jerry cartoon kind of situation where the claws are coming out from the spaces between. But like, it makes sense to me that they would come out of the the tips of the toes themselves because their claws are basically their fingernails, right?
Right. I'm trying to decide if the color I chose for the claws is good. In the reference photo, the claws are white, so they're, kind of the same color as the fur. But maybe we want them to stand out more. I feel like bright white is too much. Oh, maybe this color. That's not bad. I think I'm pretty happy with that. Thank you for the fanfare, Culinary. All right. Let's see how that looks when we die. I'm just going to double check the code to make sure that's all set up correctly. I think we did it all. So we print a message, we move Brisket Death to the scene, we play some sound effects, and then we move player to storage. That all looks right.
I gave up on trying to find a image source for my claim that old cartoons draw cat claws inaccurately because I was not finding anything to back it up. I might have just made that up, honestly.
On the ground, you see a normal death. Clearly, I have repeatedly forgotten to fix that. Please feel free to remind me. Okay, you now have the normal death. Great. So let's click on Brisket's tail a couple of times. Please don't do that, the cat says in a stern voice. Perfect. I asked you nicely not to do that, the cat says before violently clawing your face. Game over. That's great. I'm very happy with this. Okay. Let's fix our object locations. Object data. So we want these to be in storage initially. And as we discussed, I'm going to leave this as a mobile object. It doesn't seem like it's possible to click on them just because like we move the object to the scene and then we have code that's running. And then I'm pretty sure like the game engine doesn't let the player take an action until like all the commands have been processed. So it shouldn't actually be possible to pick it up. And that makes things a lot easier because that'll ensure that the death graphic is on top of anything else in the scene. Otherwise, we got to write code to move everything out, and that's a pain. Okay. same deal there. And again, like as we add other objects, I'm going to need to like cut and paste these to keep them at the bottom of the list so they're on top of any other objects in the game. But that shouldn't be too hard. It's just a minor annoyance. Remember to fix the normal death thing. Yeah, we should be good now. They're both in storage now. Thank you. Unless there was something else I'm forgetting. Okay. I need a quick break. Geez, it's 11:30 already. I still have not taken a break.
I think you need more than a quick break, maybe.
Well, yeah, I say quick break, but it'll be my normal length break. So I'll be back in like, I don't know, a few minutes, something like that. No worries, Culinary. Appreciate the reminder. And then, I don't know, I'll figure out what we're going to work on next. Back in a few. Okay, I'm back. I guess I'm done with this cat paw reference now. Okay, so what's next? Thank you, Salt. I'm looking at my very long to-do list. All right, one thing I was thinking about during break that I wanted to bring up is, so we have two death scenes now, which, given that we're already dead and in purgatory, is maybe a little bit weird. But my thought is that like I don't want to bring like the Christian terminology into this, but you know, more or less a death in this game is like you're going to heck. So you've made a bad choice and gotten a bad ending is ultimately what it comes down to. So you can no longer like get the good the good path out of purgatory. And I do at some point want to kind of figure out a way to suggest that a little bit in the wording of the death, I think. But that's something I'll figure out off stream. You made a bad choice, you're going to heck. Yeah, maybe we should just say that.
I was going to say, a while ago, I feel like I might have even said this, had the thought that, like, when you get a death from the normal guy and now you bothered the cat too much,
right.
That it would reset you right back to the bus stop where you started. So it's more of a samsara loop kind of situation. Like you're stuck in a loop in purgatory and you got to figure out how to get out of it. But going to heck is also funny, so.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought, but I think we'll stick with the way. Oh, right. I remember talking about that now, and I think the reason I decided not to consider that further was because it would become complicated in terms of programming, because we would have to kind of reset everything.
Right.
We could potentially not reset things, but then we just have to constantly worry about whether we're putting in the game in a weird state or not, which I'd rather not do.
Right.
Silver says, your decisions not only end your life, but plague your soul. As your life slips away, you can feel your essence being pulled somewhere deep and dark. Actually, Silver ended that with, I am a bad writer and joy, but I think that's pretty good. I like the sentiment of that, and the approach to, like, that's pretty much what we want to say, I think. So I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste that. It's dark and hell is hot. Okay. I've got a lot of notes of little things that I should probably just deal with off stream. Ooh, we have, maybe this is a good thing, just a little small thing we can do next. In our foyer. At some point we need to find basically like an overlay thing that will be put on the bus stop. And my thought was that we could maybe find that in a vase in the foyer. Mostly because this is one of few rooms where we don't have an item or a thing to do yet. And, you know, a little vase in the corner here could add some nice decoration. I was honestly thinking about putting something in this corner before I had something to hide in it. So, let's see. I think I'm going to roughen some shapes in here, and then I'll take that into Mac Paint. Oh, the height. Maybe I'll just do it all vector, or at least try to do it vector. Because the height is maybe a problem. But regardless, I'm gonna roughen the shape in this scene, and then we'll go to a different window to finish it up. I'm just trying to get the overall size of it. You know, initially I was thinking kind of tallish, but maybe I don't want it much taller than that. That might even be too tall. I want to give it kind of a curve, which is mostly why I was thinking of doing it in Mac Paint, because like giving anything like a smooth curve is really hard with these tools, especially if you want it to be symmetrical. So yeah, maybe since this is, you know, it's a little far back in the room, and yeah, I think we can get away with making this a bitmap object. So let's make a bitbox. I wish there was an easy way to figure out. So for whatever reason, I can create a bitmap object in here that's apparently any height I want it to be, but if I'm pasting something in from Mac Paint, there's like a limit on the height, and if it's above that limit, it gets split into multiple objects. So that's the complication I'm trying to figure out here. But we'll do that. And then this capture bits puts everything behind it into the... Oh, what? Oh, I didn't actually copy. That's the problem. Okay. Get rid of that. Okay, so this is just my reference that I'll use in Mac Paint. Yeah, I guess we don't really need to keep that. I'm trying to decide if there should be anything in the vase. Like, obviously our hidden object is inside there, but, you know, something like a flower coming out of it or something like that. Honestly, that might just complicate it too much. So this bottom curve is pretty good, so I'm going to keep that, and then we'll try to draw the rest of a vase. So I'm kind of thinking, yeah, I wish we had any way to draw just like an arc. I should just draw it by hand, just to visualize what I am imagining here. I guess it's a little bit similar to the lamp shape, is what I'm kind of thinking. Maybe flared out a little more at the top. And then I don't know. I'm picturing some kind of pattern on it, but I don't really know what. Maybe just some couple big stripes or something. I don't know. Don't want to get too complicated. So maybe actually this bottom curve is too big. Let's start with that. And then this is... Wait. I'm just trying to line things up here. Oh, was it right? That is lined up. Okay. And then that's... I think that's a pixel too long. Yeah. Okay, that's right. I guess I made that taller. We have... maybe that's a good... Okay. I'm just trying to, grab another object that we know will fit within a single bitmap box. So we have some idea of how tall this can be. So we should be okay. In fact, can go a little bigger. I can't decide if I've made it too narrow overall. Possibly. Yeah, let's make it a couple pixels bigger. Sure. Okay, now I'm just going to kind of freehand connecting these together. And I think I'll just kind of do one side, and if it looks good, I'll copy it over to the other side. I'm going to leave that line in case I maybe want to use that as part of the decoration on it. Did I make this get too narrow? Possibly. Actually, that's kind of a fun shape. Maybe I'll stick with that.
What is this that you're drawing now?
This is a vase that's going to be sitting in the foyer. Any feedback?
Looks fine.
Okay. Okay. So let's copy that, flip it. Oh, right. I copied it, but I didn't paste it. It's getting there. Thank you, Culinary. Thank you, Joey's Bites. I'm not quite happy with the top of it. Actually, maybe that looks fine. Move this up a pixel. Something like that. Round that a little more. Yeah, we're getting there. Okay, I'm going to figure out what kind of decoration I want to put on this. I'm a little tempted to try something more interesting than just a couple stripes, but also I feel like that could take me forever to get it to look right. So let's just stick with some simple stripes for now. Maybe just that. And then shading. Before I get into that, let's save. And then I just want to make sure the overall size is not too large. And then once it's in World Builder, it'll be a little easier to, figure out what kind of pattern I want it. Yes, it is becoming late. Okay, so foyer. Great, it's all one object. Which the main reason that's important, like, ideally it wouldn't matter if it gets split into multiple bitmap objects, but the game engine is smart enough to figure out when you have like an enclosed shape and make the inside opaque, which, is important here. So we don't want the background showing through. So yeah, that looks pretty good. I think we'll put it about there. I have a light up here, so it'll be kind of lit from there. I don't want to go too wild with shading, but I think I'll put a little bit of shadow along the left side, and I think I'll make the stripe like a darker pattern. Maybe this medium gray. And then I'll use... I was going to say this pattern would work good for the shadow, but having that same pattern on, two things right next to each other isn't ideal. But maybe there isn't really an ideal option. Base. Okay. So we'll try that and see how it looks. And then I think I need to... Oh, wait. Undo. Oh, no. Close. No. I want to make a copy of this before I start. We do have it in a scrapbook, but we want to copy in our file where it's a little more permanent. We can get rid of this now. Just in case I want to start over. And I'm going to draw some lines that I will erase just to give me something to fill in. Yeah, we'll try that for the inside here. Looks decent. And then I think I'm just going to draw some kind of rough lines with the line tool. Okay, and then what pattern do I use for that? Actually, let's make another copy of this. Oops. Should have seen that. We'll do that. Yeah, I feel like that's too dramatic. Good night, 6-7. Thank you for hanging out, and I hope you sleep well. And thank you for the compliment. I don't think the vases will be murdering anyone, but you never know. Okay, I can't undo. So we want something lighter than that. I could try this one. That's a pattern we don't have in World Builder, which makes me a little reluctant to use it just because I prefer something that doesn't stand out. Also, I'm thinking, should we try putting like a pattern on the vase? I like this pattern for a vase, but it's also, well, yeah, I guess part of the problem is it's straight across, whereas it would be curved. But also, it looks like a very Easter egg pattern to me. I don't love most of these. They're just too much. Okay. It was worth thinking about. Oh. I closed this off in the one I deleted. Okay, let's try this. I'm worried it'll clash with the wall, but it's worth trying. Like by itself, that looks pretty good, I think. trying to, like, I want... This looks a little weird here because I feel like the shading should go up more, but if I, continue the pattern, it's too close. Like there should be a highlight along this edge. So it's kind of a no-win situation. I guess I could adjust the... Does that look weird? I think that looks weird. Maybe it's just gonna look weird. Is that how it was? Yeah, I think so. Okay, let's see how that looks in the game. Save. I'm gonna try something. Okay. I'm still trying to figure out why I have occasionally managed to close a document in Mac Paint without saving it. For a second, I was like, oh, maybe if I quit without closing it, it doesn't ask me to save? Like, that seems so unlikely. I feel like I just must be hitting no for some reason. Which doesn't... I don't know why I would do that. But I guess sometimes I do things that don't make sense.
Is the no button in the position where you would expect a yes button to be?
That's a good question. I don't think so. Like the button layout is a little bit unusual. But I don't think it's that unusual. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's perfectly acceptable vase.
It's a vase, all right.
I do think I maybe want a little bit of a shadow on the ground now. But otherwise, that's pretty good. I'm just trying to think of how I want to do that. Good night, Joey's Bites. Thanks for hanging out. It's nice to have you here. All right. So I think I'm just going to do like a little oval on the ground. And just to, oh, we keep ending up with the same pattern, huh? Well, let's see how it looks. Yeah, that might actually be too subtle of a shadow. Let's try this one. I guess I don't hate it. I'm trying to, like, I don't think I want to have a shadow that is cast on the wall here. Like, that would be realistic, but then I gotta kind of draw two shapes, and I don't know, it's just maybe being a little too fussy about the whole thing. Especially, I haven't been super consistent. I haven't been at all consistent about putting shadows in. I just kind of occasionally put them in when it feels appropriate. I think that looks fine. I'm trying to select... Gosh. Is that... I don't think that's the shape I'm trying to select. But let's find out. Yeah, I want the other one. It won't let me select this shape. Is that it? There we go. Yeah. I'm very annoyed by the curve of these posts. It's too curved at the bottom, but there's not really an easy way to correct that. At some point I might come back in here and just do bitmap objects for every post. Like I could probably get away with duplicating some of them, like have two different sizes that I go between, something like that. But I think bitmap objects are maybe it might be too tall. Anyways, I'm not going to worry about it right now. Okay, so there's our vase. Your vase has more detail to it than the rest of the room. Yeah, that's kind of the problem of adding in bitmap objects. But I try not to worry about it too much. I'm trying to select. Okay, there we go. So we're going to take that and move it to its own object. I'm going to make a note to myself real quick that we need to move death screen objects to end of list. I thought about that because we're going to create a new object right now. Name it face. And it's going to be already, every time we add a new object at this point, it's going to be above the death scenes. But I don't want to continually rearrange those because it's just the only way you can do it is a pain. So we'll mostly just wait until we've added all our other objects, and then we'll move those. Okay, so vase, object data. We want this to appear in Foyer. It is immobile. You won't be able to pick it up. You'll be able to click on it, and I think you'll be able to just do a search the room command, as well as click on it to find what's inside it. I think that's reasonable. I don't think I'm going to bother to code in those actions right now, but I'm thinking about it. There's some complications with the whole overlay idea that I haven't figured out how to handle, so I don't want to get into programming that tonight. The way you say foyer sounds like a person with a Canadian accent saying fire. Foyer. Okay, yeah, I hear what you're saying. That's funny. I'm curious how... I would love to hear how you say foyer right now. Obviously, to me, it sounds like a normal way to say it. Postfix, thank you for the loon. I think my sound is just down, but I didn't hear it very well, so let's get some more loons in here. Foyer. Oh, okay. Got it. I mean, I believe both are correct. That's my understanding. Thank you for the UGG culinary. Yeah. Merriam-Webster says both are correct. Okay, so what else do we have we could work on? The tricky thing is most of the other things I can think of are like bigger things. And I definitely want to keep going a little bit longer. But starting on something bigger might be a bad idea. Let me look through my list here and see if anything else jumps out at me. I guess we could start thinking about the design of the bus schedule. That might be kind of fun. I was hoping to start designing the Lil Sweetie email interface today, but that's definitely like I don't want to rush that, and it's definitely a thing where if I get started on it, I'm not gonna want to stop because it's something I will enjoy working out the details of. So that seems like a bad move. Another thing we could potentially work on is the close-up scene for when you look at the Electrolyptus book, but that's another thing that's kind of involved. So yeah, let's figure out this bus schedule. So I think we know our pin is going to be 1077, which is the price of a cheese pizza and a large soda at Panucci's Pizza. But the way you learn that in our game is by putting a overlay on the bus schedule that's at the bus stop in the beginning of the game. And then the overlay will be tucked away in this face. So basically, we need a bus schedule that has the numbers 1077 on it, and they should be in order. So when the overlay is on there and the numbers are, called out in some way, like you can see that they're in the correct order. But aside from that, they can be separated from each other. And we want to have other numbers on there. So let's look at some bus schedule signs. If I find something good to share here, like that's pretty good. What is... Oh. Huh. Okay, I'll just put this on screen and y'all can enjoy the Google journey here. Yeah, there we go. This I think is like a like display at a convention of different bus stop sign options. I guess Universal Sign Systems specializes in bus stop signs. These are maybe a little too small to be useful reference, but I was just trying to understand this image I was looking at. This is maybe more what we're looking for here. My thought is that, the main things on this sign are like probably different stops and different times, right? Let's see if I can find some other good examples here. Here's an entire sign system. So that's got a ton of different numbers on it. I guess ultimately anything is going to have a lot of numbers on it, but like this has I guess the stops are numbered in addition to the times. Something like that is a little more simpler option. I feel like that is maybe too simple though. A lot of these, it makes sense for a lot of these to be fairly complex, but I think it's just too much for our game. Something like this is kind of cool, but this definitely isn't a digital sign, so the countdowns don't make sense. But I guess we could potentially have, I was looking over to make sure you could see what I'm pointing at. We could potentially have, a list of stops and, stop numbers on the left and then times on the right. Like I feel like a fairly typical bus schedule would be like, this many minutes on the hour it will be at this stop. So, we could have 10 minutes that's at stop 16, at 17 minutes that's at stop 44, at 27 minutes it's at stop 47, that kind of thing. Route, destination, schedule, time. Yeah. And then at the top we have like, this is another thing, is like, how exactly do we label this sign? Because if we're labeling the stops, like, does this sign acknowledge that we're in purgatory? Or not? I guess it doesn't really have to. If we wanted to be really clever, we could have the stops kind of give subtle hints. Like, I can't think of a good example, but I feel like we could probably hint at things with some clever name choices, maybe. So yeah, I kind of like that idea. I guess this doesn't. Oh, yeah, it tells you like daily, approximately 5 a.m. to 6 p.m. Wait. Oh, so that's just a big old range of when it is going to come by? Jeez. So it's like a half-hour range. You got to wait around for the bus. I feel pretty good about what we've got here. I just want to make sure there's not something that's seems especially good. I also like having like a little bus icon on it or something, just for some visual interest. In fact, I'm going to open this in a tab just for that reference of a bus icon. Seems pretty standard, like the front view. And that'll be simple enough to draw. We're going to have to do, all our text is going to be done in Mac Paint, just because that's the only way to do text in the graphic part of the screen. All right. So let's sketch something out here based on this. I think we might have made the most complex world builder game to date. I don't know. Some of Ray Dunnican's stuff is really complex. I haven't looked too deeply into his games, but like the other day we rated Taco Adventure, who was playing A Mess of Trouble, I think it's called, which is one of Ray Dunnican's games. And like, he's just got like a huge number of areas in his game and a lot of different complex puzzles. Like, I do feel like some of the interactions we're doing are relatively unique. like especially with the whole little sweetie interaction. But in terms of just like overall complexity, like I think Ray Dunnican at the very least might have us beat. Okay, so the way I currently have this, like when you click on it, you get a close up that kind of fills the screen, which I think is probably how we'll. There's a possibility I might make that a separate scene, but other than that, we'll have a full screen close up, so you can see a straight on image that shows all the text very clearly. So we're going to have roughly this kind of a shape to it. I think we'll try to give it rounded corners if we can. And then let's look at some of these other. I'm trying to figure out where I want to put the bus icon. I feel like it should be right at the top. Yeah, like this kind of layout, like top left. And then we maybe have just kind of a stripe along the top. So okay, so it's basically a rectangle with two little wheels sticking out the bottom, and then another rectangle inside and two lights. Simple enough. And let's do something like that. And then this will be filled in with a pattern. And then we have stop numbers along the left. I'm just thinking about where exactly we're going to work in our main digits for the pin. So bus stop numbers are interesting. Like, what's with the numbers here? Like, why is there such a big gap? Obviously, like, I assume these are listed in order of this is the order the bus is going to go to each of these stops.
Is that the number of the bus? Like, each individual bus has a number, right?
I think these are stop numbers.
Oh.
I mean, I could be wrong.
We don't live in a place with mass transit, can you tell?
Right. Like, there's buses around here, but, we're near Detroit. Like, the Detroit metro area is very much laid out as though everyone has a car, and it's not accommodating of people that don't. So yeah, like, obviously I've used bus systems, going to a big city or whatever, but like, it's not something that I'm super used to thinking about. But I feel like these are stop numbers along the left. I'm trying to look at other examples here. It looks like it has a key. If you visit the actual page, it will explain what they mean. Oh, yeah, it does say route number at the top. I totally missed that. So yeah, route number,
okay,
destination, and next bus. So yeah, I guess that is more of a bus number than a stop number. Mm-hmm. Okay. Interesting. But, regardless, I don't really understand. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. But like, I don't know where these numbers come from. I'm just going to make up some numbers, I guess. 13, 27. We'll get a 7 in there. 44. How many stops do we want? We'll do one more. 52. And then making up the place names. Also use some monospace font. Sheesh. Yeah, that's kind of fascinating that they chose to not use monospace numbers in particular. Not a good choice. If anyone has suggestions for place names, feel free to throw out a place name. I'm just kind of drawing a blank on how to label things. I mean, we could have some that are labeled downtown, I guess. I don't know. I don't need to figure this out right now, but we do need to figure out it kind of soon if we're going to make this sign art. I guess we can always change them later if it makes sense. Maybe some Afterlight sorts of names, Stygia. Yeah, like I was thinking, some kind of references like that would be fun. Hello, Galara Dragon. Great to see you here. Y'all should follow Galara if you're not already. Always a nice time over there. I hope you've been doing well. So if you have no idea what I'm doing here, we are working on a World Builder game. World Builder is a point-and-click and text parser adventure game system that was released in 1986 for the original Macintosh. And we're making our own little adventure game in it. Currently, we're trying to design a bus stop sign that is a puzzle that will give you a combination that you need. So we need to work in some different numbers here. We have some of the numbers we need. Let's say, so my thought is that on the right side, we have our times on the hour where the bus is at these different stops. So we'll start the first one at 5 minutes, and then we'll say 10 minutes, and then 17 and 24. I feel like these precise times that aren't like, 15, 30, etc., are probably a little weird.
I mean, these times, what you're looking at here, these are probably like, at your current location, the next bus is arriving in this.
Yeah, like this is
interval.
Just kind of a reference. Like, I like the overall layout of this, but we're not really doing this type of digital sign.
That's kind of what I figured. Like, in that case, it would tell you.
So we're doing something that's a little bit more along the approach of this sign.
So, like, that's telling you, like, the bus comes at this minute of every hour, probably?
Right. So my thought is that our sign is telling you that the downtown stop, the bus will be there at 5 minutes every hour. So, 1:15 or 1:05, 2:05, 3:05, etc. Mm-hmm. So we have 1 a 0, we have another 0, we have 2 7s. So that's all the important numbers worked in. We'll just say 30. We should probably space these times out, throughout the hour better. But I think that's a good overall design. I'm happy enough with it. Okay. So, let's pop in our game real quick and look at the bus stop sign. So this is the sign here. I'll probably change the design to look a little bit more like a, simplified version of what we're drawing. But the idea is you can click on it to get a close-up. And then you'll see something that looks more like what we've sketched out here. So I think I'll draw the overall shape in World Builder as vector. And then I'll try to do I'll definitely do the strip along the top as a vector graphic. And I'll try to do the bus icon as a vector graphic. And then all the text has to be bitmap. So, oh, it's right here. Great. It's easy. So I want to make this rounded. And then I wish I could change the corner radius, but I can't, so that's okay. Actually, maybe I just want this inner shape to be square. Don't want it too tall. Okay, and then we'll fill that in with some kind of gray. We'll just do that for now. And then an oval on top of that. Can I get a perfect... I think if I hold shift before I start dragging. Yeah. Just trying to decide how I want this to look when it's... Ooh, maybe if I do and then give this a thick outline, that might look nice. Let's try that. Let's make this whole thing a little bigger. I think that's still plenty of room for text. And since our text all has to be bitmap, I don't want it to, like, I don't want to have an entire screen full of bitmap. Like, it's not that big a deal. We're going to be well under our file size, I think, in the end, but still want to be careful wherever I can not to waste space. Oops. Okay. It's pretty good. The tires are tricky because, again, like I want them to be a little bit rounded, but this is going to be too rounded. Like that doesn't look right. Honestly, I might end up doing like a little bitmap tire object just to get the right curve to that. It would be really hard to do it as a polygon, so I don't think I'm going to try. I'll draw them square, and I guess that's not terrible. I would love to, you know, take out a little pixel on each side. That would be perfect. And then got a rectangle for the windshield. Something like that. And then some little headlights. This is tricky when you have something this small because it's really hard. Like these squares are the corners, and if I click on any of those, I'll resize it like that. So I have like one pixel in the middle I can click on. It's not quite lined up right. That's pretty good. That looks kind of like a bus.
Yeah.
Anyway, to zoom in, no, unfortunately. So we have two options for doing art in here, or at least that I'm working with. If we do art in World Builder, we can do vector graphics, which is what I've been doing. And when I'm doing that in World Builder, there's no way to zoom in. We can also do a bitbox, which is like a little bitmap object. And that we can zoom in on, and we can also create those in Mac Paint, which is a much more advanced compared to this drawing tool. And in that I can zoom in, and it also lets me be very precise. I can turn each pixel on and off. So for stuff that warrants more detail, I've been doing that. But with this, we don't have any zooming. There are some other options I could use while still being period appropriate. But I decided to just kind of keep it simple and stick to those two. And, it also kind of forces me to not spend too much time being very picky about details. So I think it's worked out pretty well. And I've been able to get things mostly how I want them. So yeah, that looks pretty good. Maybe we want a little bit of a outline on the sign as a whole. Yeah. And then the rest of this, we'll do all the numbers in Mac Paint. Let's see if I do a big bitbox. Then I can capture bits, copy, and we can drop that into Mac Paint, just so we have the exact size we're working in. Yeah, importing art from another program is the way to go. Mac Paint only does bitmaps, and in order to keep the game size down, I've been avoiding overdoing that. If we keep the total game under 400K, then it will play on the very first Macintosh, which I would like to be able to support. Especially we have Xenolon has been in chat and offered to help test the game, and their computer is an original Mac that can only do a 400K disk. So it'd be nice if we can keep it under that. But there are other programs like SuperCard is a program, or sorry, Super Paint is a program by Silicon Beach Software, the same company that made World Builder. And that is what I would use if I wanted to get a lot more picky about the vector graphics. Okay, that just fit in the window, huh? I think. Oh, okay. We can go bigger, but I think when you're pasting stuff in, it can really only fit within the screen. I'm wondering actually if anything got cut off there. It feels like it's about the right size, so we'll just assume this is the space we're working in. Bus schedule. Okay, so let's pick a font. So our first line is going to say 10 downtown or something. We'll probably change all the place names later. And how do I want to actually, maybe I want to indicate it like that. Let me look at my reference here. I at least want the leading 0, I think, to make it clear this is, a time on the hour. So I want to do bigger and bold. I think I'll probably use Helvetica. That feels the most appropriate. And we've already used that on another sign. A lot of these won't work well at larger sizes. I think between Geneva and Helvetica, I prefer Helvetica at a large size like this. For small sizes, Geneva is definitely better. Okay. Speaking of monospace numbers, Courier and Monaco. Okay, so yeah, Monaco only works at 9 and 12 point. Yeah, I don't like the look of that. It's not quite bold enough. But we'll at least align our numbers better than the example we were looking at. Okay. I do kind of wish this filled up a little bit more of the space. Obviously, we can drag this over, space things out a little bit more. I guess that's okay. Something like that. And then 13, I don't even know what to type here. Someone suggested Stygia. And that one's at 10. 27. Something else. I will spend time thinking of better stop names off stream. Whatever. 24. Oh, right. I was going to space out these numbers more within the hour. Final step. So we'll make this one like 55. And then, let's see, I'll change this to 27, I think. Because our number is going to be 1077. So the highlighted numbers will end up being 1. I'm trying to decide if we go back and forth, is that going to be confusing? I guess in the end, it's okay if it's a little bit unclear, as long as there's a logic to it. If they have to try a couple options to figure out the correct passcode, that's okay, as long as there's only a few different options it could be. So if we highlight 1, 0, 7, 7. Oh, this ended up being the same number on both sides. That just seems weird. Hall of Judgment. 70. Let's make this a 7 down here. So this will be 47. And then this one will be 35. Yeah. It says, I fell asleep. Did anything happen in the last 2 hours? Not really, honestly. What did we do? We drew... I can't remember what we were working on when you were last awake. But tonight, overall, we drew a dark version of the study for when the lights are out and got that all set up so you can turn the lights on and off. Then we made the cat death scene if you mess with the cat's tail. And that required some rethinking of the way our death scenes work. which was a bit of a challenge, but we did eventually work it out. I guess these are a little too close together. And now we're working on the bus schedule finally. We're working on light switch code. Okay. So yeah, you missed the whole cat death scene. That was a pretty good one. Oh, the fun part is going to be lining this all up. I probably could have approached this in a way that made things a little bit easier, but I didn't, and I guess now I'm just going to deal with it. It's fine. We'll work it out. Stream Ghost was describing cartoon cats. Oh, you said I think I woke up and heard toe bean discussion at one point. Yes, we did discuss toe beans a lot. We learned a lot about cat paw anatomy, frankly. I think it was very educational. It certainly was for me. I don't know how much it improved my art in the end, but it came out pretty decent. Oh, right. I can't... If I have a selection, I can't move it. Like the bottom edge can't go past the bottom of the screen, which is a little bit annoying, but I can understand why they made that choice. Okay, so obviously things are very messy, but I think that's roughly the spacing we want. So I'm just gonna, this is gonna be a little bit of a tedious process, kind of tidying it all up. Managed to keep that all in one line. That one's good. I think this 35 is too high. Yeah, it's a pixel too high. Uh, 47 is also a pixel too high. Hello, F-Tom. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, this is certainly something. Yeah, this is something that makes me a little bit wish I had just used Super Paint for some of this. I feel like it would probably have some alignment options. Thank you for the grunting, Culinary.
So, you're this deep into it now.
Yeah.
Hang on a second.
I'm worried you're going to criticize my entire approach to this bus schedule. But that's fine.
Yeah, I wish I had been paying more attention so I could say something sooner. Like, I would have just made everything illegible. And have the text on the side tell you what it says. But I suppose if you want the...
Oh, I see what you're saying.
If you want the solution to the puzzle to be hidden in the sign, maybe it makes more sense to have things be legible.
Yeah, I think for the puzzle it needs to be legible. Thank you for that follow. Welcome. Also, thank you for the Scream F-Ton. Oh no. Thank you for the Waterbird Culinary. Thank you for the Fanfare F-Ton. And thank you for the Flesh Hinton. Okay. We could potentially do something like, you know, have some of the text that looks like it's been kind of worn away, but honestly that sounds like a lot of work.
Right.
That's a lovely Cedric emote. Oh, the flaming bee. I thought I recognized that. Okay, so I'm just kind of, there's a lot of different, like each column has to be lined up. And then I've got to get the spacing consistent between each row. Actually, is that correct? Oh. Something else is a pixel too far to the left, and so is whatever. I wonder how many different Cedric emotes there are on Twitch. Let's see. I've got Decaf Jedi has this lovely animated one. That might be the only other one I have. Yeah, I haven't seen Flaming Bee in a while either, but I hope he's doing well. Oh, there's another one. Admiral J. Nice. I'm thinking about how exactly I want to align these numbers. Silver says, I believe it's time for me to become unconscious. Have a rad night. You have a rad night as well, Silver. Thanks for hanging out, and I hope you sleep well. Thanks for that follow. Welcome. Okay, that's not terrible. Like, I think... Actually, these two seem a little bit farther apart. Let's move those in a little more. Maybe we'll just kind of... I really wish I could do like... I guess I could do this. Just have it come right up to the edge. So that gives me a little bit of a better way to eyeball things. Screwed up my guide there, but that's okay. We're pretty much done with it. Okay, so that column is aligned pretty well. Let's save. I have not saved in a bit. Admiral J is my friend here. He was one of my first loyal viewers. Nice. I have seen Admiral J around a lot. Just speed runs, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Like, I feel like I've watched some of their speed runs before. But it's possible I'm thinking of someone else. Let's do the same thing here. Oops. Okay. It's pretty good already. The 05 is like a pixel too far to the right, but I think if I move it left, it's going to be a pixel too far to the left. So that's just life. I could maybe move the O over a pixel. Might look better. And yeah, that's good. And then I got to do the spacing between each row is the final thing. And I guess also make sure this is all centered. Okay, so we want to move it a couple pixels to the right as a whole. Speedruns King's Quest and The Dig and maybe a few others. Nice. Yeah, King's Quest is what I was thinking of. Okay, we're getting there. It's starting to look like something. All right, the spacing isn't super far off, but let's make sure it's perfect. Mostly for my own happiness. So I'm drawing a box to check the distance between the bottom of this line of text and the bottom of this line of text. And then I can just move this box down. And so, so this line needs to come up, but I might actually, I think I'll move this line up a pixel. And I'm going to move this line up a couple of pixels. Just to kind of split the difference. Galara says, someone made a video about a new discovery about King's Quest V that made a speedier run possible, and his run was featured heavily in it. It went viral even outside the speedrun community. Several people contacted me to tell me they saw my googly eye emote in it. Was that
a One Short Eye
a One Short Eye video? I feel like I know One Short Eye's done a bunch of King's Quest videos, and that sounds kind of familiar. And I know their videos get spread around quite a bit. Okay, so something else needs to come down one more pixel. Okay, so first 3 lines are done. I don't know why I deleted that box. Okay. I guess I deleted it because I screwed it up, but it's fixed now. Okay. Pixel 2 high up. Ooh, is this one actually correct already? I think it is. Nice. Spot on. That's it. Nice. One Short Eye's videos are fantastic. Okay, and that one's perfect too. Wow. It's almost like I know a little bit what I'm doing here. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now, because of the height limit, we're going to take each row as a separate object to bring it into World Builder. We'll save, and then it's a little bit of a pain in the ass to use the lasso to select these, but that gives us a selection that's like as small as possible, so that's preferable. You're in the chat when you got the world record. Nice. Let's see. I've done a little bit of I guess I would call it casual speedrunning. I guess a little more than casual, but like I don't think I have the persistence and maybe not even the skill to get like a world record in anything. But it's a fun It's a fun thing to do. It's amazing what speedrunners are able to accomplish in different games, and it's fascinating to see the different approaches to it and everything. Very neat. Okay, so I think we got everything now. Oh God. So I just realized I spent all that time lining things up, and I'm gonna have to do it all again in World Builder.
Hmm.
It's fine. Actually, let's do this. Bus schedule is what it's labeled. If I copy all of the text together, I don't think I want to paste it in this way, but it will still be good as a reference. So I can just align everything with that. And maybe it'll work out fine. So we want to go to object, bus schedule, close-up. So, oh, that came in as just 2 objects. Interesting. Actually, maybe I'll just leave it that way. If I find some good reason to have them on a, each one as a separate bitmap, then I can change it later. But for now, I don't really think there's a reason to do that. So just having them this way is fine, I think. I'm pretty happy with that. All right. Let's see how that looks in the game. Oh, we do need to update this so it looks more like the close-up. But that looks pretty great. I'm trying to think, like, I think a real bus schedule would maybe be a little more clear about what the numbers are. Like, it would say, like, times on the hour and some small text or something at the bottom. But maybe it doesn't really matter if we're super accurate about it. Thank you, Culinary. And, like, this is believable enough. It's both it's believable as a bus schedule. It reads as this is just a bus schedule, but it's also like it's enough to make you wonder why this is in the game. I think the fact that we're giving you this close up. So like those are the 2 main things we want this to convey, and then it's also got our numbers that we'll eventually reveal. Okay. It is 1 a.m. But I think I want to do the tiny version. I could use a bathroom break, so I'm going to do that. And then we'll come back and do this tiny version. That'll probably be it for tonight. I'll be back in a minute. Okay. I was also thinking, I thought at some point that we should put like a bus stop icon on this sign here. That seems like a thing that would be on a sign like this. And now we have a little bus stop icon. It's not the right size, but we can kind of shrink it down and clean it up maybe. We could just leave this as a vague sign, but I think since this is our starting scene, it would be nice to have a little bit more detail in it. So we'll do that, and we'll do this small version of the schedule. So I think I'm going to try this. I don't know if it will be useful, but in Mac Paint, we can kind of shrink down our full-size bus schedule. We can make it really tiny and then smush it. And then we'll see if that is a useful starting point or not. It might end up not being useful. Like, I don't know how it's going to look once I've done that. But it might end up being useful. Probably the second option is I just move down this. Like, this is a nice texture to kind of represent text seen from a distance. So I could just kind of move that down and then draw a super simplified version of like the banner and the bus logo at the top. So we'll see what works. So to start with, we want to go into World Builder and get some reference art so we know what size to make everything. Oh, right. The schedule is an object that's separate, but we can get a reference for this sign. Excuse me. So I'm just making a bitbox, which is a bitmapped object. And then if I choose capture bits, it transfers everything behind it into that box as a bitmap form. And then I can copy, Command C, and paste that into the scrapbook. And then that is an object I can drop into Mac Paint. Efton asks, so we find the little sweetie somewhere else now. Yes. The little sweetie's actual location is behind the toilet. I only ever put it in here just so we could quickly grab it and test the functionality. I don't need to save that. And then here's our... We might end up wanting to like change the height of this. Thank you for the flush post fix. But, this is the size and width is going to be correct. Yeah, I mean, in the end, it had to be behind the toilet, right? We had multiple people suggest that in the bathroom makes sense because, people use their devices in the bathroom and might leave them there or something. What did I do? That's not what I meant to do. Capture bits. And then copy. There we go. And we'll just say no. I'm just going to go in here and I'm going to duplicate this. And label this bus stop. Okay. So here's our schedule. Oh no. Okay, well, that's not going to work. Let's close this. Just need the same object in a smaller selection so I can put it off to the side. Okay. And now, again, I don't know if this is going to end up working well or being useful, but we'll try it. So if I hold down Command and drag, it will scale down this whole object. And then we can also kind of squish it. Yeah, this is about what I expected. It's not really going to be useful, I don't think. It's just too much of a mess. Okay. I thought we'd try it. Always worth trying. So I feel like this looks taller, and then there's also like we have a size limit to worry about. So let's take one of our taller objects and see if this is too high for a bitmap object. I think it might be. So I'm going to go ahead and shrink it a little bit. I don't have to make the entire object bitmap, but I would like to round the corners on this so it matches up with the close-up nicely. I'm too high for a bitmap object. Shoot. I should have... Shoot. I don't like what I did there, and... Well, I guess it doesn't matter. This is fine. Okay. So it's subtle, but I think I'm just going to take out the corner pixels. Just to give a subtle rounded effect. Move this down. And then the banner, I think I used the middle gray. No line. I'm just going to do this, and then I'll adjust the overall shape by hand. Seems easiest. Oh, right. That doesn't work. Do that. Something like that. I think I need to peek at the large version. Okay. Might be a little too tall. The gray area. Let's just shave a pixel off of it. Okay. I guess that's too thick. I guess the oval should be filled in. If it doesn't look exactly like the large sign, will your fans docx you and review bomb your games? I hope not. Honestly, I don't know if that was supposed to say doc or if you intentionally wrote docx. But I kind of hope it's the latter because that's kind of funny. Like that is the modern Word document file extension, right? I think I'm remembering that correctly. I don't use Word files very much myself. I think they meant docs. Probably. Don't make me convert you to RTF. All right, that looks pretty great. I think I'm very happy with the little tiny bus sign icon. I think I'll try to improve this text pattern a little bit. The general approach of it, I think, is great. I just want to try to perfect the overall shape of it. It was supposed to be docs, but after I typed it wrong, I thought, no, this is perfect. Great. I agree. It was the right decision. I'm going to duplicate this because I'm not sure if these tweaks I'm going to make are going to look better or worse. I think it might be worse. It's a little bit worse. Okay. Yeah, that's perfect. I'm happy with that. Okay. Get out of here. This is the one good bus stop sign. Get back to you when one makes it into the OSPD. What is OSPD? Save. Okay, and now we want to do the sign, this sign here. Okay. I'm gonna clean up my scrapbook a little. We don't need that. We don't need that now. I guess I'll get rid of these. All that text is going to change anyway. Don't need that. Some of these I'll leave if they might be useful. I definitely don't need that terrible cat drawing. Little sweetie animations. I guess don't need that. Different button options. Oh, that's good enough. Just, it keeps getting bigger and bigger. Oh, the official Scrabble Players Dictionary. I have a feeling both docs and docs will be added to the next edition. Interesting. But we don't have a list of the new playable words yet. Okay, so now I'm going to try to draw another variation of this bus icon that will be on here. I'm just thinking how I want to approach this. I'm also trying to decide if I want the oval or maybe just the icon. I think just the icon. So, actually, I think what I should do first is get rid of this pattern. I think I will still want the pattern to be on the sign, but I don't want that to be part of our bitmap object, and having it there will make it harder to draw. So. Taco Adventure. Hello. Thank you so much for stopping by. What were you up to tonight? If you haven't been here before, hello, my name's Robot Spacer, and I've been making a game in World Builder, which I imagine many of you are familiar with. I know Taco's been playing A Mess of Trouble by Ray Dunnikin, which is another World Builder game. And so we're making our own game in that same game engine, and it's coming along pretty well. Right now, I'm just working on some art for a bus stop sign that we have in our first scene of the game. Let me get you a shout out. Huh. Oh, that was weird. Stream Elements is like sleeping on the job here. I was not playing a World Builder game tonight, but I will try to play more on Monday. Nice. Oh. What? Did I type your username wrong? It looks correct. Is Stream Elements just having a bad night, maybe? Let me try again. There we go. Oh, Case of the Golden Idol. Nice. I have not played that yet myself, but I would very much like to at some point. How have you been enjoying it? Yeah, it sounds like Stream Elements could use a bit of a kick. Okay, this is going to be a little tricky because it's in perspective, but I will do my best. So if anyone in chat is not following Taco Adventure or has not been over there, Taco is playing through every adventure game, which is wild, and quite a challenge, I imagine. I think I need to reference my full-size bus icon here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay, that's looking pretty good, but let's look at the big icon. I just want to make sure I'm getting the proportions the same. Okay, yeah. Just got to draw some little headlights in there. Oh, we've got a black fill selected. Those are more square than I would like, but since they're, you know, narrow, that's kind of all we can do, I think. That's a little better. Looks pretty good. I'm just looking at the perspective lines. Like, I think in the middle of the sign, this line would be straight across. So that seems correct. Yeah, I think we'll call that good. I'll leave that there in case I decide to come back in here. So I'm just selecting this. Drop that in the scrapbook, and now we can go put this art in the game. Especially when you get to a game like A Mess of Trouble that is very difficult and way too big, in my opinion. Yeah, I imagine that's quite a challenge and probably hard to come by, information to help you figure out whatever you're stuck on, I imagine. I have certainly had a difficult time finding much information about kind of any world builder stuff, really. But yeah, that game seems huge. I think I would like to try playing it at some point myself, but your experience with it has me a little nervous about trying that. Okay, so the icon we just finished will go directly into the bus stop scene, which is right here. So that is opaque, which I initially wasn't intending, but I think it's okay. I think that looks pretty good. Oh yeah, at least you can go and dig into the code if you need to. Taco says, I've had to use the World Builder game tool, the one you are currently using, to solve some of the puzzles. Yeah. I've actually seen, I happened to run across someone the other day that was struggling in a World Builder game, and their approach was to actually edit the game so that they wouldn't die in a certain spot. Which is not an approach I would take, but is a very funny and interesting solution to a problem if you can't figure it out. Okay, this is the object we want to edit. And we want to get this in the same position, so I'm just going to put it right on top and then send it to back, and then we can delete those. And that should all line up well. Let's go see how this all looks now. Pretty good. You know, one thing, I was thinking about this already, but now that I'm looking at this again, the perspective on this sign is not really correct. Over time, I've kind of moved things up more, and I think it maybe just made that seem worse over time. But that's not too big of a deal. If I decide to fix it, it shouldn't take too much work to make that icon match up better. I am a little bit wondering if the icon is on the sign is an unnecessary detail, but I think it's fine. And then there's our schedule. All right. I won't show off everything. But let's show off a little bit of what we worked on tonight. So we'll cheat and get inside the study. And here's our little cat in the study. And we can turn the lights off in here. Oh. What changed? So in the actual game, you won't be able to turn the lights off while the cat is here. And when I was testing before, oh, I made new objects for the cat because we separated, and that's why it's on top now. There's a lot of weird little quirks about this game engine that make it kind of complicated. Like the ordering of things like in the game depend on the order of objects in the objects list when you're editing the game, but there's no way to just like drag things in a different order. So you just gotta have to create, like, you can cut an object and then paste it, and then you got to re-enter the name if you need to change the ordering. It's a very messy process, and we had to, earlier we split the cat up so the tail is a separate object, and now it's on top. Not a big deal. We just need to add some code later to make this interaction all work the way we intend it to. But we can turn the lights on and off, which is great. And everything looks pretty good, I think. And so we split up the cat because we decided that if you click on the cat's tail, please don't do that, the cat says in a stern voice. If you try to mess with the cat's tail again, you will die. I asked you nicely not to do that, the cat says before violently clawing your face. Taco said, the worst is when you need to click something or you cannot click something but must use the text parser. Yeah, I think a lot of that is just... The text parser is very limited. Like programming it, it's very hard to write code that allows for flexible text parser commands. So I feel like a lot of world builder games, like if there was a way to click on something to interact with it, they would just, make you do that. Whereas if you have a more complex action that has to be a text parser command, I have tried to program our game so that whenever possible you can do either. But it's definitely very tricky to find a right balance. Especially because, like, there's programming considerations, and then also, like, it's hard to know what people are going to try exactly. Even people that are familiar with world builder games don't necessarily know because, it's a little different depending on who wrote the game. But yeah, that's I think that's everything we worked on tonight there. So we can show a little bit more of the game without spoiling too many of the puzzles. We've got a library here. We've got a house here. Let's see, we can cheat to get some items, which will let us unlock the door. We can go inside. Oh yeah, we added this vase tonight. We've got a bathroom over here with a flushable toilet. This is a little bit spoiling a puzzle. Oh, what? Huh. Searching here should find an item. Thank you, BW. Did I break something at some point? That's interesting. Oh, I know what happened. When I did the cheat to get all the items, I moved the item I'm trying to find here to right here. So we got this little device that you can use in the game. It's called a Lil Sweetie. And you can actually interact with it. So we can turn it on. We haven't programmed in the actual pin yet, but you need to find this pin in the game to unlock it. And then you get this little animated logo, and then there'll be some additional interaction you do with this. It's basically a little email device, so you'll need to look at some emails to get information and stuff. Oops. Got a little greenhouse back here. We'll eventually have some puzzles in here as well. And here's a dog, which you can't pet right now, but you might be able to. And then we also have a nice little credit screen. So if you're new here, the way we've been creating this game, I started, this is, I think, my 8th stream of this game. And when I started on it, I came into the first stream with absolutely no idea of what this game was going to be. Folks in chat have offered suggestions throughout, like the basic starting point for the game. We had people give suggestions and then we voted on them. And the winning suggestion was that you start out at a bus stop in Purgatory. So that's the scene we were working on with the bus stop signs. And then throughout, we've just kind of asked folks in chat to give suggestions for different things, and I've done my best to kind of pull all the suggestions together and make it into a cohesive whole. Remains to be seen whether or not I will be able to accomplish that in the end, but I think it's coming along pretty well. And I think we'll have some fun little puzzles that are a bit unique for a world builder game, especially the little email device. And this is our credit screen with all the folks that have offered suggestions. See, I also had it at help screen, but I don't think, I haven't added code to get to that. But I am planning to offer a help screen. Like Taco Adventure was saying, it can be a little confusing in a world builder game to figure out how you need to do a certain interaction. So I figured it would be best to add a help screen to kind of offer some general advice on how to approach our game. So hopefully that'll help out a little. Yes, Kyle and Error 13 and Son. Lots of wonderful folks have helped out. Recognize some of those names. Nice. There are at least 10 I'm familiar with, and a few others I think I've seen around. Wonderful. So, I think that's it for tonight. It's 1:38 here, and I should probably at least start winding down for the night. If I'm honest, it'll probably be quite a while before I actually go to sleep, but I think we will wrap things up there. Let's go ahead and shut down. But thank you all for being here. Oh, Taco said I'll have to add this list to my game when I'm done. Nice. I am excited to eventually see some other folks play it. I'm hoping to try to get some people to do a little play testing so we can figure out if it needs to be adjusted to... You know, it's hard to know what people are going to try to do exactly, especially with a text parser. So I would like to, if we can, get some people to try it out and then, make little adjustments to hopefully make it a little easier to approach. And, I don't want to have someone struggle with, they figured out what they need to do, but they just can't figure out, what command to type or, things like that. Hinton says, Robot Spacer wants to be left alone to toggle the same 2 pixels on and off until dawn. I suppose that is true. I do love toggling the pixels off and on. But thank you all again for hanging out. Here's my schedule. So a week from today, we will continue this. I have occasionally done some... I've done so far just one bonus stream where I did a little bit more work because this has all been taking much longer than I originally intended to. But those will just be spur of the moment, and if you want to catch those, you'll have to drop a follow. Otherwise, I'm gonna try to keep anything major changes to the game on Friday nights until we are done. I also stream on Tuesdays. Tuesday is Spooky Tuesday, where I play some sort of spooky adventure game. And I'm currently playing Mystery House, which is Roberta Williams' very first adventure game. And it's been a lot of fun so far. So I'll be continuing that next Tuesday. Also, my wife, Unsecret Crush, who is currently in bed but is often hanging out in the background, is a streamer. And there's a link to her schedule as well. I think she's going to be continuing Nier Automata on Monday, which I've been enjoying a lot. She also plays a lot of Genshin Impact. But let's find someone we can raid here. Saw a lot of notifications from people, but it's always hard to know who is still going to be online when I'm wrapping up. I think we're going to go say hello to Emma Pearl. Because she's great. Her streams are a lot of fun. She's playing more No Man's Sky, which is a neat game. I just tried to type raid No Man's Sky. That is not correct. Mzizzy, hello. Great to see you. Everyone go follow Mzizzy. Her streams are the best. All right. Thanks again. Y'all are wonderful. Have a great weekend. We'll see you around. Bye.